afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3 o'clock on Wednesday, December 8th. It is time for our regularly scheduled Tallahassee City Commission meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Rabbi Michael Shields of Temple Israel. Happy Hanukkah, Rabbi. It's great to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please stand for the invocation.
I offer this invocation as Michael Shields, who happens to be a rabbi, thus preserving that separation of church and state we hold so dear. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, do I sing of thee. My city, 'tis of thee, sweet municipality of liberty, do I sing of thee. I offer this prayer in form of query, America, Lady Liberty. I pose this question, Tallahassee, my new Old Town friend. Is this our home sweet home? Is it in reality a place of opportunity for all? Are we individually and systemically striving for justice? Are we singing the melody of righteousness? Are we protecting the disenfranchised, the vulnerable? Or is it more often a land of unaffordable housing, gun violence, and pain? Is it a land in which 1/3 of children don't know where their next meal is coming from? Is it a land where only 54% of third graders read on grade level, in which 43% of Leon County households can't afford basic needs such as housing, food, healthcare, childcare, transportation, and technology? Is it a land in which dozens upon dozens of our children have been injured or killed by gun violence over the last 10 years? Is there one Tallahassee where all are haves, or are there two, the haves and the have-nots? Oh, America, oh, Tallahassee, can you hear the cries of your people? Can there be frivolity and spectacle for some in your arenas when others face existential threats on a daily basis? Oh, America, shouldn't your flag be only stained with the necessary blood of patriots, not the blood of our neighbors, the poor, the downtrodden, trampled or cut down in the streets? Where are you, sweet city of mine, singing freedom, freedom? Where are you? Does real freedom scare you because it means responsibility? Will our senses be newly opened? Will we be awakened to the cry that the people have the power to redeem? This is my prayer, O Tallahassee. What should we all say? Power to the people, no delay. But if all of us folks that think alike, if we gave all we could give, we could make this great city of ours a greater place to live. Everybody's praying and everybody's saying, but when come time to do, is everybody laying? Some say that southern trees bore and still bear a strange fruit. Will we prove them wrong or just follow suit? Live oaks of Tallahassee, answer me, please. If this land was made for you and me, made for the people, and in people there is power, we clearly have some work to do. My city, 'tis of thee, sweet land of question mark. An answer must come. I pray this in your name, United States of America, Tallahassee.
Thank you, Rabbi. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Rabbi. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great to see everyone this evening. We've got a full agenda and a regularly scheduled public hearing at 5 o'clock today. As I like to start all of our meetings, I'm encouraging everyone to please join me in setting the tone of civility so that we can teach the world how to do it right. On a personal note, I'm asking you to bear with me. I'm coming off the flu. I'm not contagious. I'm operating at about 80% tonight, so we're going to take it slow and easy, and we're going to bring this in for a landing tonight. Mr. Manager, do we have any agenda modifications?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Item 9.11 has been updated, and the attachment has been updated as well. That's the only modification.
Okay, I also believe that we have a second presentation today for President Smith. It has not been added onto the agenda as well, but that is ready for presentation today.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any questions, colleagues, on the agenda modification? Okay, we are into the presentations today. I would like to ask, is Charlie Johnson here from Canopy Roads? Citizens Advisory? Charlie, come join me, please, if you don't mind. Charlie is serving our community as a member of the Canopy Roads Citizen Advisory Committee and is accepting this proclamation on behalf of the committee. And it is my honor and privilege to read it and present to you. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can cut energy use for heating and cooling, help clean the air, reduce stormwater runoff, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas Tallahassee has one of the highest percentages of tree canopy coverage in the nation at 55%, and has for 29 consecutive years been recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as a Tree City USA community. And whereas a healthy urban forest has repeatedly been shown to be a critical component to a viable and livable community, economically, environmentally, and socially, and whereas the City of Tallahassee adopted its Urban Forest Master Plan in 2018 as a guide for the future of the community trees canopy and to improve this vital city asset as our community changes in the coming years. And whereas the City of Tallahassee employs more than 20 certified arborists and tree care professionals who provide close care for trees within our public right-of-ways, participate in reforestation efforts, and help educate residents about proper care for trees on private property. And whereas hundreds of trees are planted by the City of Tallahassee on residential property each year free of charge through its popular Adopt a Tree program, and whereas trees have always been an essential part of our community's excellent quality of life, adding joy and spiritual comfort to generations of residents and visitors alike, now, therefore, I, John Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby proclaim Saturday, January 22nd, coming up, 2022, as Arbor Day in the City of Tallahassee, and we urge all citizens to plant and care for trees to help continue the long-lasting relationship between trees and our community. I further encourage Tallahassee residents to support efforts to protect our existing trees so that we may all enjoy the many benefits of majestic, mature trees in the future. I have read this into the record in witness of each and every one of you, signed and dated today, December 8th, 2021. Charlie, thank you so much for accepting this proclamation on behalf of the City of Tallahassee, and you have the podium, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. And I'm going to be very brief because I know you do have a long meeting ahead of you, but I'll just share what has driven me to be part of this organization. As I remember as a child, I grew up in Cairo, Georgia, just north of here, and the key memory burned into what I recall as a child was we'd come down for the springtime parade, and I always remember the large live oaks hanging over the streets, and something about that just stuck in my mind that what's here in Tallahassee is something you don't get anywhere else, that you can go out and run or ride on Old Centerville Road or go out to the Miccosukee Greenway and enjoy it. So a lot of times you don't know what you got until it's gone. So thank you so much for being a great community, and glad to be part of it.
Charlie, thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, sir. I have asked my colleagues, Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, to present the next proclamation, but I'd like to ask all of our colleagues to please come down for this all-important proclamation as well, if you would. And Diane, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask Ms. Carmen Cummins, Ms. FAMU, everything. We find ourselves here in this position again so soon after just having done this for Dr. Humphreys. We're now having to do it for our president because Carmen was a class ahead of me, and this gentleman was the president of the university when we were there. My class was the last class he signed diplomas for, so it's very near and dear for Dr. Walter Smith, 7th president of Florida A&M University, a proclamation from the governing bodies of the City of Tallahassee. Whereas Walter L. Smith Sr., PhD, the 7th president of Florida A&M University, died in Tampa, Florida on Thursday, November 25th, 2021. And whereas Dr. Smith was born in Tampa on May 13, 1935, and grew up in Cairo, Georgia, Tallahassee, Florida, and Harlem, New York. And in high school, he was a stellar athlete in track, basketball, and baseball. And whereas he earned 2 degrees from Florida A&M, a BS in biology and chemistry, a master's of education and administration and supervision, and earned a doctorate in higher education administration from Florida State University in 1974. And whereas in 1965, Dr. Smith was recruited by the U.S. Office of Education, where he became a program officer in facilitating the 1964 Civil Rights Act and Title I of the 1965 Elementary Secondary Education Act, and worked specifically with school districts in the 8 southeastern states in the development of desegregation plans and compensatory education programs for students and teachers throughout the South. And whereas he also helped to develop desegregation and graduate education training centers for African American administrators at select universities, including the University of Miami and the Desegregation Center at FAMU. And whereas notable achievements during Dr. Smith's 8-year tenure at FAMU include the addition of undergraduate and graduate studies. The university grew from 7 to 11 schools and colleges, the expansion of the Black Archives, several new and improved facilities, a boost in sports, the expansion of Bragg Memorial Stadium, and reaccreditation of the several professional education programs. And whereas the former athlete, scholar, historian, and education leader was 86 years young. He is survived by his wife, Barbara W. Smith, 5 children, U.S. Army Colonel John L. Smith, attorney Celicia V. Smith Gordon, Andre Smith, and Walter L. Smith II, and Tracy Abrams Butler, 7 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. Now therefore, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do recognize Dr. Walter L. Smith, Jr.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, Mayor Daly, and the entire commission, friends and family here at the City of Tallahassee. We are tremendously grateful that you would pause to convey an esteemed acknowledgement on behalf of our illustrious 7th University President, Dr. Walter L. Smith. He was truly a giant of his time and had tremendous reach, not only for our students, but left an indelible imprint in terms of social activism and higher education. So therefore, on behalf of the Smith family and on behalf of our 12th University President, again, we are humbled and honored to receive this impressive acknowledgement. You have always been diehard supporters of our students' university initiatives and other endeavors that we have had at Florida A&M University. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. And Diane, again, thank you for helping me out by reading that proclamation. Finally, this is just so exciting and wonderful. I would like to invite Ms. Jenna Tyler, the Executive Director of the Florida Municipal Communicators Association, to please come join us. Colleagues, if you will remain for this presentation as well. This is one that we are all proud of. Jenna, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission. And thank you for inviting me to present this award. Should we welcome
Please.
Allison? Allison Ferris, please join us. I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Florida Municipal Communicators Association, which is made up of more than 100 municipal communicators from across the state. This year, the Florida Municipal Communicators Association launched our first ever Communicator of the Year award. To qualify, you must have at least 5 years of experience in government communications and demonstrate achievement, excellence, and leadership in the industry. It's peer-nominated and peer-reviewed. We received multiple nominees from across the state, and ultimately, our panel of judges selected Tallahassee City Communications Director, Allison Ferris, as the winner. I'll read a brief excerpt from the submission. Municipal communications may be the job, but Allison encourages her employees to hold themselves to the standards of a high-end professional PR marketing shop. Staying rooted in fundamentals, Allison continually asks her team to think beyond the status quo and test innovative approaches in all communications mediums. Details matter, and while she will get in the weeds to ensure an excellent product, she never loses sight of the big picture. And that excerpt is just a small snippet of an impressive look into Allison's leadership. The City of Tallahassee also scooped up 2 additional statewide communications awards from FMCA, one for Best Publication for your 2020 Year in Review, and an honorable mention for the best use of social media. I'd like to thank the City Commission for your continued support of the Florida Municipal Communicators Association and the Florida League of Cities. And we're also happy to have your PIO, Lizzie Kelly, in the back of the room, as a board member on FMCA. So on behalf of the association, congratulations again to Allison, to her impressive communications team, and to the award-winning City of Tallahassee.
Thank you so very much. It is such a privilege to represent the City of Tallahassee, and it is an honor to accept this award because we have a great team, and communications is such a high priority. I'd like to thank the team. I'd like to thank the city manager for always expecting the very best of our team, and we work hard to achieve that. I'd also like to thank the commission for their support, their leadership, and FMCA. Jenna, thank you. You have a stellar organization, and it is such a privilege to be a part of it, given the level of communicators around the state. Thank you. This means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Lizzie, will you come stage us for a picture? And while we are getting staged, I'd like to provide a couple comments. Commissioners, if we can go ahead and get staged, Jenna, please join us as well. Allison, I could not be more proud of you as the mayor. This is a big, big, big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, we always knew that we had award-winning staff, but I want you to remember, out of 411 municipalities in the state of Florida, 67 counties, 67 school districts, Allison was named the public information officer out of everyone, not by the association staff, not by elected officials, but by her peers. And as she said in her comments, she's got a great team, and that's what a true leader does, right? They share it with everyone. But in this case, we do have a great team because the team is award-winning as well. And I just can't tell you, and I think I speak on behalf of our colleagues too, how proud we are of you and the team and the job that you do. Congratulations. Come on, let's get a good picture. What do you say? Mr. Manager, do we have any announcements for this meeting?
No, sir, we do not.
All right, Mr. Cook, we're going to be taking citizen input on the agenda items themselves, correct?
Yes, sir, Mayor. We'll take them as the items come.
Excellent. Do we have any appearances by other city commission-appointed boards, committees, and other governments?
No, sir.
All right, we're on the consent agenda. Have any items been pulled off consent?
No, sir.
Excellent. Direction on consent, colleagues?
Move consent.
Second. It's been properly moved by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem Curtis Richardson. No further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on City Commission Item 11.01, the Citizen Police Review Board reappointments. Mr. Cook, I believe that's your item.
Yes, sir, Mayor. This item does call for recognition of reappointments. We have 2 individuals who are currently serving in their seats, and they are eligible for reappointment after their expiration on December 31st. So Rosetta Bobo, who is Commissioner Porter's appointee, and Rashad Mujahid, who is Commissioner Richardson appointee, and the current chair are both here, and staff recommends that you recognize these reappointments as a commission.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
On this item, we do not.
Okay, let's turn it for commission discussion and direction.
Move acceptance of the recommendation for the reappointments of the 2 members of the Citizen Police Review Board.
Second.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem Curtis Richardson. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on item number 11.02, the presentation by the Office of the Mayor, John Daly, LGBTQ Plus Advisory Council. It's my honor and privilege to invite both Courtney Thomas, who has staffed this from my office, who will introduce our chair for the presentation. Ms.
Good
Thomas?
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. The Mayor's LGBTQ Plus Advisory Council was established in March of 2020 by Mayor Daly to serve in an advisory capacity to the LGBTQ Plus community in Tallahassee. Thanks to Mayor Daly's leadership, Tallahassee became one of the first cities in the state of Florida with an advisory council of this nature. Since its inception, I have had the honor of working with some of the most amazing people in this community as we addressed LGBTQ plus issues here in Tallahassee. And I would just like to thank Mayor Daly for allowing me to staff this. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of hard work we are doing to make this city more inclusive. And while the pandemic has slowed us down a little, we've done important work and will continue to do very important work. And it's my honor to introduce our chair, Lauren Kelly Manders, who will offer us with a brief overview of the committee's work.
Madam Chair, while you're getting settled in, let me tell you how much I appreciate your leadership over the past year. You have truly taken the committee to the next level, and certainly appreciate all that you do for this community, and quite frankly, on behalf of the office on these issues. Thank you so much. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Daly and council, commission members. I'm not sure where my slides are, but also want to take a moment right now to thank Courtney and providing for her. I'm just going to take a moment, step back. I'm supposed to have some slides and it's throwing me off. I'm not.
That's okay. We're going to get them up in just a second.
Courtney also took about half my talking points. So. Okay, well, this is my nightmare. I'm going to wing it.
Madam Chair, we did receive the slides via, we have them.
Okay, great. You have them in front of you.
We do.
Beautiful. Okay, slide 1. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a lifelong Tallahassee resident. I came out at age 14 at Leon High School. I was a member of one of the first gay-straight alliances here in town. I've been married to my wife, Rebecca, for 11 years. And I've volunteered at various, thank you so much, state and local LGBTQ organizations for years now. I thank Mayor Daly for establishing the council, to Courtney for providing excellent support. Also, I want to mention our Deputy City Attorney, Amy Toman, who's at every monthly meeting, and Thomas Whitley, who has supported us as well. The purpose of this group, we're comprised of 11 citizens, including one representative of the Tallahassee Fire Department, a representative from TPD as well. And I think it speaks to Tallahassee's leadership in this area of LGBTQ rights, in that the only other councils similar in nature exist in Tampa and Miami, which are far larger cities. I'm very proud of the fact that we are leading the way in this regard. Our monthly meetings are open to the public, and our purpose is to make recommendations to the Office of the Mayor. I'm just going to give you a little timeline of everything that we've accomplished in the last year. Since the establishment in February 2020, the council was established thanks to the leadership of the mayor, but also the founding co-chairs that I want to recognize, Andy Janicek and Reverend Dr. Joe Paramore. And it was initially made to address items in the Human Rights Campaign's Municipal Equality Index, the MEI. Tallahassee has had a perfect score in the MEI for the last couple years, but there are bonus points in areas where we can pick up additional meaningful points for moving forward. So we were waylaid for several months in 2020 by the pandemic, but we were able to regroup and meet virtually towards the end of the year. In October of 2020, we hosted a public listening session to get an idea from our community of what LGBTQ issues were present for them. In January of 2021, we hosted an LGBTQ community center panel featuring leaders across the state for their resource centers, and discussed with them potential for a community center here in Tallahassee and to learn from them what resources were being needed in their areas. In March, we hosted a panel on LGBTQ healthcare featuring local experts from the College of Medicine and also some folks from Planned Parenthood. In April, we spoke with the Director of Parks and Recreation, Ashley Edwards, about Tallahassee's practices and how they related to this transgender sports ban that was in front of the legislature at that time. What I'm most proud of is what we're pursuing now. In October of 2021, we began developing a survey for LGBTQ citizens led by Dr. Brandon Moten, a professor at FAMU, who's also a council member. Last month, we did meet for a conversation with TPD Chief Revel and introduced the idea of free LGBTQ competency training for law enforcement officers by a former law enforcement officer, and we're very eager to see how that moves forward. On the next slide, you'll notice our top 10 priorities, and because they're not here listed to the public, I would just like to read through them real quick. These priorities were gleaned from our October public listening session, and then were collectively ranked by the members of the council, the top of which includes Community Resource Center, 2, homelessness and housing. We did hear from council members who work in the field of homelessness on that topic. 3rd is mental health and healthcare. 4th, senior support. 5th, youth support. 6th, cultural competency training in city departments. 7th, LGBTQ resources for parents. 8th, targeted services for the transgender community. 9th, a public list of LGBTQ resources. And 10th, increased visibility of LGBTQ people outside of Pride Month. And that's something that we've worked on with partner agencies to promote that. It's worth noting that the top-ranked priorities are things like homelessness and mental health support, track with the larger community needs of vulnerable populations here in Tallahassee. And so 2021 was largely a year of laying the groundwork for the council, but we're very proud of the accomplishments we made through the recommendations to add sexual orientation and gender identity markers to the CHSP application process. We advise that the mayor sign on to the letter opposing the transgender sports ban. And we advise that currently we're pursuing a pilot survey of LGBTQ people in coordination with the city's Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Next slide, visibility. It's for a descriptor. It's a couple of photos of things that have occurred in Tallahassee that demonstrate support for LGBTQ folks. In June of 2021, we recommended the mayor, as in past years, make a proclamation for Pride Month and demonstrate visibility through the lighting of the Cascades Bridge, Lake Anita, and the I-10 water tower. And these type of public demonstrations of support signal to people within our city that they're welcome here. And they serve as an example to other communities that they too can take steps to be visibly inclusive. The Census Bureau, U.S. Census Bureau, in coordination with several federal agencies, are collecting data about the impact of the pandemic on Americans, and for the first time ever have included demographics of the LGBTQ populations. Newly emerging reports indicate that LGBTQ people are more negatively impacted than non-LGBTQ people in the areas of food security, employment, and housing. And so this data, which is still being gathered, is significant to developing solutions at the local government level, particularly in a state like Florida, where the majority of non-discrimination protections exist solely because of local ordinances. Again, thank you to Leon County. We are outstanding in the city of Tallahassee. We set ourselves apart when you look at the equality maps that exist for this state in terms of those ordinances. And finally, I just want to formally invite you to continue to engage in efforts to support and strengthen the LGBTQ community here. Be visibly, vocally supportive, allocate funding to expand the number of roles in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and continue the work of councils such as these. I appreciate this opportunity to share about our work. I think this is just the beginning for us, and if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, wonderful job. I see one of the original co-chairs, Mr. Andy Janicek, walked in as well. Andy, thank you so much for helping us get the Advisory Council up and off the ground and moving. And if there are any other members of the Advisory Council that are here, if you could please stand to be recognized as well, that'd be great. We really do appreciate everybody for their work that they've done. Do we have any public comment on this item? Mr. Cook?
We do have one speaker connected via WebEx on this item.
Okay.
We don't have anyone in person, so we'll go straight to that virtual connection. Stanley Sims.
All right. Madam Chair, if you'll just hang for a second, we'll have public comment, and then we'll get to any questions. There's no action per se, colleagues. We'll take a ceremonial vote to accept the report. Thank you. But there's no other real action on this item. Mr. Sims, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Your name and address for the record, please, sir. Thank you.
Point of information, I just want to say this, that I am participating in this meeting per Zoom as what I believe in an illegal injunction that is preventing me from coming to City Hall. I just wanted to put that on the record because this is a matter that is quasi whatever, Lizzie. So I wanted to say that. As to the matter at hand, where I have a different point of view in reference to this advisory council and what walked away from the town hall meeting. I, who have a very good relationship with Sheriff Walt McNeil, I, who have pastored several churches, Sheriff Walt McNeil has been a guest speaker in my church. As a pastor, as an elected official, it's not something that everyone can do because even the Bible tells us, woe unto the one that scatter my sheep. The Bible also tells us that we must be cognizant of our words, our actions, and our deeds. And if there is confusion, then it is not of God. And if there is confusion, then we must be responsible and bring peace to that confusion. And what I walked away from that town hall meeting is, I heard members of that committee said that they felt, number one, when they voiced their concerns about his comments at that event, that they said that they were being deemed as attacked. And trust me, I can relate that because I'm having to sit home when you speak against what is the shine or the buff of the day. There were members on that committee also said that Chief Revel failed to take responsibility for the confusion that was caused in this community. And I just think that that needs to also be highlighted, that until, I don't care how many recommendations we have, until you can have a real relationship and build honest, authentic relationship like Officer Moore built with me in the time of a crisis on December the 1st when I was being thrown out of a government building.
You're at about 20 seconds.
He demonstrated community policing. Until we can get a Chief Officer Moore, I don't care how many recommendations we have, words need to become deeds. Thank you for this opportunity to zoom in by restraint.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other speakers on this?
No, sir.
All right, let's open it up. Any questions or comments? Mr. Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, thank you, and thank you to the entire council for the tremendous work you do. Thank you to the mayor for the initiative to establish it. I think it's been very productive so far. Last month, I had an opportunity to attend one of your meetings. It was a very difficult meeting. It was a tense room. As elected officials, I think we kind of sign up for those experience this, but even attending that, I recognize the composure and I believe the bravery that everybody on the board showed that day. And I truly hope as a city commission, we can deliver on the meaningful reforms that we need to continue to support you. So thank you for your work.
Great. Any other comments? Anybody wish to make a ceremonial motion just to accept the report as is?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. See no further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Chair, thank you so much. We are now on item number 11.03. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me ask Jean Amison, the Housing Division Manager, to come forward. This item involves the annual Affordable Housing Advisory Committee's report, the 2021 report. We're seeking your acceptance of that and to direct staff to prepare an analysis for further discussion during the joint city-county housing workshop that is scheduled for 2022. And Mayor and Commissioners, you know that you appoint an 11-member advisory committee. The mayor is the representative of the city on that committee, and we're pleased to have their annual report. Jean will also introduce Mr. McShane, which is the chair of the committee this year. So I'll turn it over to Jean for some additional background and overview.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. On behalf of the Housing Division, the entire department, and the city's AHAC, we are pleased to present this report to you today. So the establishment of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, or the AHAC, is part of our obligation as a recipient of SHIP funding through the state Florida Housing Finance Corporation to support affordable housing. Over the past year, the city's AHAC has convened multiple meetings to address issues affecting the production and preservation of affordable housing. The process was collaborative. It was very robust throughout the whole year, involving multiple city departments such as planning, growth management, real estate, legal. We'd like to thank Amy Toman for attending our meetings and assisting us along the way, along with joint meetings of the county's AHAC as well with the cities for our respective committees. Local agencies also joined in, such as the Housing Authority, the Continuum of Care, and the Lenders Consortium. They also met with the AHAC during the year to bring their perspective to issues facing affordable housing. Like I said, we enjoyed a robust set of discussions with this year's AHAC, and as you can see in the full report that was presented and has been out for public comment, several of the recommendations are either already implemented and encouraged to continue, or they're under development based on policy actions that you've taken over the past couple of years. The AHAC must prepare a report each year, and the commission has to formally accept the report and submit to the state before the end of the year to remain in compliance with our SHIP funding. All AHAC meetings are open to the public. They were very well attended over this past year, and the final report was adopted during the public hearing held in November. As we've noted in the agenda materials, acceptance of the report does not commit the city to adopt the recommendations. They are presented to you as a source of reference and consideration. The City Commission, you today may also direct us to bring back committee recommendations in the form of policies or regulatory documents for further action at a future commission meeting. Some of the more significant recommendations that were made require collaboration with the county. So staff recommends further discussion during the February joint city-county workshop on affordable housing. So I'd like to thank our chair, Jim McShane, for his work over the year. And I'm going to turn it over to him to summarize the recommendations, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And on a side note, I have thoroughly enjoyed serving on this committee. Jim, you have done a tremendous job as our chair. We have worked really hard. We have come up with some great policy suggestions, and I think we're really moving this community forward. And I'll let you recognize some of the members that are here as well, but yeah, I've really enjoyed being the city's representative on the AHAC. Thank you.
And I got to tell you, we really enjoyed you being there. I think it raised the level of discussion from previous years that I've been on it. And so I'm really pleased with your participation and leadership.
Thank you, sir.
And I do believe we have a couple of our members here, so they want to stand up just so that you are aware of who's on our committee. They've done a great job. And I want to thank them for showing up and being engaged. 'cause
Thank y'all.
We have good engagement. So the summary of our recommendations are increased awareness on development processes and incentives offered, continue current incentives that we have, develop a streamlined process for requesting waivers and incentives, support the development of the Affordable Housing Incentives Ordinance, amend the inclusionary housing ordinance, apply to rental and home ownership development, and decrease the threshold to 20 units to apply citywide, expand types of homes that may be certified as affordable, identify additional financial resources for the Affordable Home Construction Loan Program, prioritize rehabilitation in the existing housing stock, and allocate funds for affordable rental housing, and explore the impact of linkage fees for development as permanent source of housing. And before I get that, I do want to say Abena and Jean have been wonderful staff people. They have been helpful to us all the way through the process. I also want to thank that the Leon County Commission AHAC joining us has been a very good thing. We're trying to work together and align so there isn't desperate kinds of things between where if you build in the city and where if you build in the county. We've got a lot of work to do on that still in the next year, but I think we're moving in the right direction. So we're recommending option one, accept the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee 2021 report or recommendations. And option two is direct staff to prepare an analysis for further discussion during the joint city-county housing workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thanks for all your hard work. I really think that this community, between the city AHAC, we're really moving forward. The county AHAC's really moving forward. Staff is working together seamlessly. The joint AHAC is doing great. Well, I just think we're in a great place, really moving affordable housing in this community. I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. And I would just make one side remark as a workforce development person. You're not going to have a workforce if they can't afford to live here.
Right.
And that is a real problem right now. And so low-paying jobs don't give them enough money to survive. So what we can do in this business will help our business community thrive and grow. Thank you.
We're going to check in and see if we have any public comment and then any questions also from my colleagues. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, sir, we do. We have two speakers here in person, and then we'll have one virtually.
All right.
The first of our in-person speakers is Minji Kim.
Dr. Kim.
She'll be followed by David Van Williams.
Dr. Kim, who also serves as our chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Frenchtown Southside CRA. Thank you for your work as well.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And today I come before you in a different capacity. So my name is Minji Kim. I'm an assistant professor at Florida State University's Urban Planning Department. I come before you today as an educator and an engaged scholar who is passionate about matters of local government. This fall semester, students in my class, Zoning for Equity, have engaged deeply with matters of access to housing and opportunity in Tallahassee. They've identified a set of very concrete recommendations for you to consider that would make Tallahassee's communities more diverse, inclusive, and equitable. And their recommendations actually align closely with AHAC's recommendations. So I'm here to, first of all, thank the AHAC for the hard work and reinforce their recommendations, and also add additional thoughts for your consideration. We fully support AHAC's recommendations around inclusionary housing ordinance, or the IHO. We believe expanding the IHO citywide would provide greater locational choice for low-income families, and it would also lead to creating affordable homes in gentrifying areas where the current AMI is low, and thus the current IHO does not apply. We also strongly support lowering the threshold of IHO and to expand it to rental properties. Much of mid-sized subdivision projects, downtown apartment developments, and urban infill projects have been exempt from existing IHO because of its design. Changing the applicability criteria would considerably strengthen the efficacy of IHO and increase the stock of affordable housing. Additionally, in addition to these AHAC recommendations, we also urge you to consider extending the affordability period of IHO. The current commission policy only suggests 10 years, and that also has not been a hard and fast rule. This means that only 1 or 2 lucky households would benefit from having access to affordable homes, whereas other communities across the country have affordability periods that extend well beyond 50, 100 years and in perpetuity. Such design allows for as many families to benefit from having access to affordable homes, making the most out of the public and private investment that goes into building affordable homes. Having a strong IHO is only as good as its implementation and enforcement. Although the city currently has a very strong and highly professional housing division, if the city wishes to expand IHO, the need for administrative assistance and compliance checks will grow. So we recommend further expanding the capacity of the city's housing division. The students have also recommended additional measures such as expanding the city's CLT, establishing an anti-displacement fund, property tax freeze, anti-harassment policies for renter protection, and providing support for financial and credit counseling for low-income households.
You're almost at your 3 minutes.
I'd be happy to email you the links to their proposal, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Dr. Kim, we were pleased to be able to host your class on Friday in Chambers for their presentations. And if you wouldn't mind sending those links to myself and my colleagues, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is David Van Williams. And I neglected to mention earlier, Mayor, to remind speakers that there are 3 minutes for each speaker, and that's why I give you a heads up at about 15 or 30 seconds. But there's also a light in front of the mayor that will be green and ultimately turn yellow and red. With that, continue.
Mr. Van Williams, thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Thank you. My name is David Van Williams. I live at 2001 Warwick Street in the Providence neighborhood. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Community Carpentry USA. And affordable housing is a great thing for the city. At the same time, we should set aside some incentives so that young people in our community can participate in the construction. If we have all this construction, affordable housing being built, and our young people are not able to participate, it really is not as good for economic development as it would be if our young people that live in Tallahassee is able to get these jobs. So how can that happen? With workforce development. Even prior to these projects getting started, if we were to focus on targeting our young people, the same young people that's getting involved in crime and violence, those same young people, a lot of them, they've held a gun in their hand, but they've never held a hammer in their hand. Okay, that's part of the problem. If we put a hammer in their hand at a younger age, then this will set the stage for them to have a productive life and a nonviolent life. And to me, there's not enough emphasis being put on this. And to me, it's more of it should be urgency. There should be an urgency to try to save the lives of some of our young people, and especially young African-American males from the ages of 18 to 25 and even younger. And so workforce development is important, and I hope that the city can find a way to set aside resources so that workforce development programs can contribute to a safer city, a more peaceful city. And I appreciate having this opportunity, Mayor, and to the commission. And I hope that at some point we can put more emphasis on this, because our young people, they're not expendable. You know, seeing them on TV, finding out one has died, another one has went to prison, that's not good. So I thank y'all for giving me this opportunity. Have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other public speakers on this item?
We do have a speaker via WebEx. That is Stanley Sims, and he's the final speaker on this particular item.
Great. Mr. Sims, your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My name is Stanley Sims. Once again, I'm participating by WebEx, honoring what I feel an illegal injunction that's prohibiting me from coming in the chambers. First, I also want to say hats off to Mr. Jim McSwain, Gene, the lady over housing, she has critiqued me several times on how to pronounce her name, and I can't. And when I look at this plan of these recommendations for housing for our city as we move forward, I'm mindful to the nugget of gold that I got from the Advantage Conference from Laverne when she said, this is like Apple. It's a good product, but every day we will be sending you updates. It's a work in progress. And I think that the way it's written also in a ninth grade, user-friendly, where everyday citizens could understand and see where they fit in that plan for clarity, it's been done. And I also just, there's another lady on the advisory council that I would like to acknowledge. She has long auburn hair. We have been in good discussion about tiny housing and ordinances, and I want to just give a shout out to her for also educating me. And the final point that I also would like to make, they also educated to me is why it was just not a good idea to just pump a lot of money into affordable housing without accountable, credible infrastructure. And so I just wanted to also thank them also for educating me, because that makes me a smarter advocate out in this community where I can say it in everyday language, that I can be more accurate and be a better community service people. And so I'm just deliciously proud of the work that this committee has done. I also want to just give kudos off to city staff members who was not afraid to give me sidebar and work with me through the issues, even though I didn't get it the first time. I pulled, they were just tremendous. And ma'am, Miss Abdullah, I know that's wrong. Thank you, Mr. Jim McSwain. Thank you. I will continue. Hopefully I can earn an honorary spot on that committee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this time.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any other speakers on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, let's turn it over to commission direction. The recommended option is option number 1 and option number 2. Any questions, direction?
I'd move staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor, on options 1 and 2, and
The motion has been made by option number 1 and option number 2 by the Mayor Pro Tem Curtis Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Jack Porter. All right, any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Jim and the advisory council for the work that they've done. I had the opportunity to work with Jim's wife, Mary, during my short stint at Lively Technical College. And I know that he does a phenomenal job in the career field as well. But Jim, thank you all for the work. And as you know, this is one of our top priorities as a commission, as a city, is to provide affordable housing, workforce housing for our citizens so that they can find those jobs that will allow them to be able to take care of themselves and a family. I think we're doing a phenomenal job overall in that area. Is there still more work to do? Certainly there is. But I think under the leadership of the council and Mr. Mayor, you representing us on that council, we're going to get there. And we appreciate your recommendations. And I think Dr. Kim is still here. Dr. Kim, thank you and your students for the work that you have done. And we will seriously consider the recommendations that you have made to further our efforts to provide affordable housing for the residents of the city of Tallahassee. So thank you all very much.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
I just want to ditto that. Thank you to everyone who serves in that capacity and for your hard work. And I'm really happy to see these recommendations and to see where we go with them. I just have a question for our city manager, a clarifying question. So we are accepting the report, but today we are not accepting the recommendations in any official capacity. That's correct?
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the the options that you would be acting upon are options 1 and 2. The 1 would be to accept the report. 2 would be that you'd be given direction to staff to prepare analysis for your upcoming joint workshop with the county. That is in February of 2022.
Okay, all right, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Motion on the table has been made for option number 1, option number 2 by the Mayor Pro Tem, Chris Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Porter. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 12.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 12.01, introduction of ordinance number 21-0-33, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending chapters 1, 9, and 10 of the Land Development Code, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 21-0-33, and set the first and only public hearing for January 26, 2022, at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. Our first speaker would be Whitfield Leland.
All right, Mr. Whitfield Leland, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Whitfield Leland, 754 West 7th Avenue. When I was looking at this agenda item, Madam Attorney read it. I'm trying to figure out the language because it's labeled glitch ordinance. So, and it's saying it's supposed to be either be replacing or revising 2022 proposed changes in the zoning code. But when you go back and you look at the real agenda item and you look at the ordinance, really what it's saying is, so we're gonna cut down trees to replace other trees due to certain businesses can't fit on a lot that is not zoned for that. So my question is, are we putting in another ordinance to get past the ordinance that we already have to save the trees instead of cutting them down and replacing them? Or is it truly a legal issue where we have to, quote unquote, put in a glitch ordinance? And I may not be reading it right, but from how I interpret it, that's basically what we're doing. We're putting in another ordinance to block out other ordinances that we already have. So, and another question that I got is, it say the scheduled first and only public hearing. And that public hearing does that mean that the public will be able to come express concerns where this ordinance is not adopted, or y'all gonna adopt this ordinance today? Thank you.
All right, Madam Attorney, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mayor. So the purpose of the ordinance is to attempt to handle or deal with matters that aren't operating as originally intended by the zoning code, in the zoning code. And yes, there will be an opportunity at the public hearing for speakers to be heard on their views regarding the proposed changes.
Are you looking for comment, Mr. Manager?
No, sir, I think that's very well said.
All right.
We have expert staff if we need additional details on the particular changes. The city attorney has described the effort well.
All right, Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Richard Darabi.
Darabi, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
This will be our last in-person, and again, I think we have one connected virtually.
Thank you. Richard Darabi, 805 North Gadsden. Apologize I don't have my mask. I haven't been in here in a couple months. I didn't realize we were back to a mask policy. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Tallahassee Chamber of Commerce, representing the Economic Competitiveness Committee. And we have been engaged with city staff. I really just wanted to compliment the city staff who helped prepare this glitch ordinance. It is a balance of multiple perspectives. I won't even say community groups, because a lot of the business community, all of the business community, lives in our community, so we are part of the neighborhood groups as well. But you obviously have differing perspectives who have different views related to the components of the glitch ordinance. So under our city manager's leadership, Assistant Manager Tedder, and at a department level under Karen Drummondville, Bill Pablo, John Reddick, assembling the groups to combine and get the feedback you need to create this glitch ordinance is a big task, and I think they should be complimented for what they've done. I don't think anybody is going to think it's perfect from all sides. There could always be a little more we could talk about, but I think this strikes a great balance, and we've been engaged throughout that process since late July, maybe August or so. So this has been a long time in the making, and really just want to come up here and compliment your staff to say what a great job they've done.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Kathy Mcguire, and she will be on our screen.
All right, Ms. Mcguire, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Mcguire at 1101 Pine Street. I'm here on behalf of Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods. ATN thanks staff for the time and effort they've put into the 5 public meetings on this ordinance and for the changes they've made to address issues raised in these meetings. Although ATN didn't get everything we wanted, we know that's part of the give and take of legislation. However, there are 4 things we feel strongly about. First, we need to do more to save our trees. We urge you to direct staff to start working with the community as soon as possible to revise the tree ordinance, which staff and ATN agree does not have enough teeth. The glitch makes adjustments to try to offer more tree protection, even offering extra floors on a building as an incentive, but these will not be enough because the trees can still be cut down. So, especially today in honor of Arbor Day coming up, we need to revise the tree ordinance. Second, we need to fix our multimodal transportation district. The district runs from Governor Square west to TCC, from Tharp south to Orange. The MMTD is meant to be a high-quality, walkable area that supports active living and encourages other forms of transportation. But if you picture those border streets, Orange or Tharp, is MMTD working? We have to say, no, it doesn't provide a quality, walkable environment. So while the glitch addresses some aspects of MMTD, it is not a solution. We still need to fix this district. Third, we need to revise the glitch draft to keep liner buildings. That's what we call retail or office space that's connected to a parking garage. The liners attract people, which increases safety around the garage and integrates it into the community. The glitch eliminates the MMTD liner requirement, allowing standalone garages in Midtown with a mural or green wall that might work or might deteriorate over time. We recommend keeping the liner requirement. Fourth, extend the Midtown added height exclusion to include Monroe Street. For years, the business and neighborhood reps of the working group have worked to save Midtown's unique sense of place, in part by keeping the height limits that distinguish Midtown from downtown. We love that the glitch protects Midtown from added height, but Monroe needs to be included. Working group is working on a Midtown master plan, and excluding Monroe sort of eviscerates their ability to plan the heart of the area. Please revise the glitch to keep the status quo until the plan is complete and can serve as a blueprint for a well-planned and hopefully visionary community. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
No, sir.
All right, let's turn it over for commission discussion, and I'm going to begin with a couple of statements that were made. Number one, I agree that when you have something as comprehensive as this, it's a great piece. It's not perfect, and I'm also curious as to why we have some of the exemptions in there as we are celebrating Arbor Day, and I did the proclamation today. In particular, why do we have the areas of exemption from the canopy preservation that were placed in? Can somebody explain where we are? Because that does not make me comfortable. And I understand it'll probably move forward, but nonetheless, as we're trying to protect our canopy, here we are putting in areas of exemption.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. That exemption area was put in at the request of the Lafayette Park Neighborhood Association. The exemption is to a section of the code that's proposed that creates incentives to preserve trees. So it's all based on the goal of preserving more trees when development occurs. In exchange for that, there's a transfer of development right provision that provides for additional density if you preserve trees, or potentially 1 story of additional building height. Lafayette Park asked to be exempted from that. They wanted to let the working group deal with issues of intensity and building height and not let this go forward in their neighborhood. We did not agree along the Monroe corridor, so we created our own map that exempted those, that did not exempt those parcels along Monroe.
Dr. Jummerville, would you mind, for the record, just identifying yourself?
Sorry, Karen Jummonville, Director of Growth Management.
Okay, all right. So we're creating areas of exemption from the canopy preservation. Let's open it up for discussion.
I would move staff recommendation on option number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, it's been properly moved for staff recommendation for option number 1 by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Been seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? Great, seeing, excuse me, go ahead, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Let me just point out that today is just an introduction, and because I think that was part of the question that was asked, the public hearing will be on January 26th, where the public can come and continue to get their questions answered and get their concerns heard. Thank you.
Correct. At the January meeting, though, it will be an up or down vote on what is presented. There will be
Absolutely.
no opportunity to make changes.
Absolutely, but I was just answering the question about what was going to happen on January
Great point.
26th.
Great point. Madam Attorney.
As long, we can have minor changes, as long as there's not substantial revision requiring that we have to renotice.
Correct, but it cannot be substantive changes. Correct?
Sometimes there are minor substantive changes. Depends on what the change is.
Okay, so let me, for clarification, between now and January 26th, if there are any concerns that the public may have, where may they direct those changes or suggestions? Your office, Madam Attorney?
Beg your pardon, I'm sorry.
If the public has suggestions for substantive, minor substantive changes, period, where should they address that between now and January 26th?
That would go through growth management. Karen Delmanville is the director of that department, as stated.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comment? All right, seeing none, the motion on the table is for option number 1, made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 13.01, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to pump it up a notch and talk about the budget, apparently. This time of year, as you know, we do the budget closeout. Our fiscal year runs October 1 through September 30th. After that, we do all of our accounting entries and final adjustments and bring back a closeout. As we all know, last year was very, very, very tough and challenging, but very proud of our budget staff and our operations staff to work within budget. And so we have a good closeout with a lot of detail. Robert Wiggin, our Director of Resource Management, is here to present the details of that closeout. Robert, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, City Commissioners, appointed officials, and members of the community, welcome. We are at a key stage in the development of the budget, with preparation, adoption, and implementation having been completed. The closeout agenda item is the final step for the fiscal year 21 operating and capital budget. As you will well recall, fiscal year 21 was characterized in one part by the pandemic, but primarily in the city's use of its strategic plan as a guide for a nimble response to maintaining services, bolstering safety, and ensuring economic security, while also evaluating lost revenue impacts and program changes. Within the $159.5 million general fund budget and $537.2 million enterprise budgets, the city took action in distributing masks, maintaining cleaning and distancing protocols, suspending utility turnoffs, supporting online permitting, engaging remote senior recreation and general recreation, And these are just a few of the opportunities that we initiated in fiscal year '21. Most importantly, we work to return to normal operations with care. This responsible planning and actions that we took also ensured that we were able to propose and adopt a fiscal year '22 budget that included a robust compensation package to recognize staff. The table that's displayed identifies the 14 operating funds. Each column represents the fiscal year '21 amended budget, the fiscal year '21 actual revenue and expenditures, and then the difference between those revenue and expenditures with a recommended year-end closing action consistent with city policy. A few highlights. In the general fund, fiscal year '21 revenues reflect the American Relief Plan Act, our program funding summary that we adopted in May of 2020, and it's $4.5 million that have been reported in our first quarterly report to the Treasury Department to make up for lost revenues. As well as an amount of about $300,000, which was realized through a variety of revenue items. As an example, environmental permits were up a little bit. We also closed out the Consolidated Dispatch Agency with Leon County and realized a surplus. And so those amounts are directed to Policy by Deficiencies Fund as part of the surplus. As you well know, one of the issues we will continue to work to resolve is restoring our responsible use of the Deficiencies Fund. Deficiencies funds have been used these past few years for storm restoration and the pandemic response, most recently. Returning the Deficiencies Fund to policy levels will be considered in rating agency reviews as we move forward, and so we've developed a plan to ensure that we restore that Deficiencies Fund. The fiscal year '21 year-end balance, now that the year is closed, has been identified as $20.8 million, and we have a fiscal year '22 target based on 2 months of the general fund expenditures of $28.6 million. We expect additional FEMA reimbursements to come in this year, have approved some land sales, but are awaiting the proceeds, and have a plan in place to return to full target in fiscal year '23 that will continue to monitor and report on to the community. As we move down the table, I'll point out the fire department. The $128,000 deficit reflects one-time actions undertaken by management and staff to close an originally estimated $1 million deficit. This deficit was acknowledged by delaying the implementation of a fire services agreement with Leon County in partnership with Leon County. And as a backstop, we're able to use the Deficiencies Fund as a recommendation to be used to balance that fire fund. The enterprise funds that are listed, like building inspection, electric, gas, water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater, have established policies to address deficits and surpluses in the reserves, and these actions are consistent with those policies that we're making a recommendation for. Two other significant funds that are listed, aviation and Star Metro, in response to quarantine and distancing requirements, which affected their ridership. We are using fully the CARES and ARPA funds that are available to enable the services to return to normal and continue to make plans for future restoration of their service to full capacity. I can say confidently that the fiscal year '21 budget continued to advance the City Commission's priorities of economic development, impact on poverty, organizational effectiveness, public infrastructure, public safety, public trust, and quality of life. The recommended actions include accepting the closeout report as presented, authorizing all fiscal year '21 year-end adjustments, and approving some fiscal year '22 budget amendments that are timely with this closing item. Those amendments include recognizing accumulated revenues in the fire fund of $120,000. We would also recommend adjusting Neighborhood First program from the $2 million that was identified over a 5-year period in the capital budget to move $796,000 of ARPA funding out of that and replace it with general government funding, which will allow that $796,000 to be used in neighborhood resilience programs and housing and community resilience. We were at a point where we had estimates of how to close that, how to make up that $2 million gap. We now know with certainty that we have that money in the general fund and want to continue that pledge. And then as an amendment, we'll also ask you to authorize the city manager or his designee to apply for $1.9 million in COVID-19 hazard mitigation grant program funds. With every disaster that occurs, the federal government identifies hazard mitigation actions that could be taken, allows a portion of the funds that are reimbursed to local governments to then be applied for to do long-range programs, and that's what we're recommending in this fiscal year 22 amendment. I'd like to say thank you to staff, especially in resource management, but also in financial services, which is accounting, procurement, grants, and then the departments. I think there's a list of 120 actions, and I may be underrepresenting it, that have to take place from September 30th. It begins probably at the beginning of September and takes us to this point to close out the budget year, and it's a heavy effort, and they've done a fantastic job. And with that, I'll ask for any questions. And
Thank you, Robert.
thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay. Looking at my colleagues for comment, direction. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we accept the recommended action as presented to us by Robert, and I want to thank him and his staff for the work that's been done here. Having worked as staff with the state of Florida when fiscal year end comes, and the books doesn't close until end of September, although fiscal year end was June 30th. It took the rest of that time to do what you just did, so it is a heavy lift. So with that in mind, thank you all, and I move for the recommended action.
Second.
Diane Williams-Cox has properly moved staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, Chris Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 13.02. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. This item seeks the Commission's direction regarding the potential sale of property owned by the city in the 526 to 528 block of West Tennessee Street. It's approximately 1/4 of an acre, and we have received an unsolicited offer, and pursuant to your policy, your real estate policy, we're bringing it forward to you. Staff has made a recommendation to authorize staff to negotiate terms of the sale and advertise as appropriate, consistent with the policy. I believe this one deserves a bit of an overview, and I know we have public speakers. Assistant City Manager Tedder will provide a bit of an overview of the property so we can get a description of where it is and what it potentially could be there.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. The city staff received an unsolicited request to purchase the property that is subject to your agenda item today. The property consists of 0.24 acres, and you can see it highlighted on the map that you have in front of you. Unlike some of the other properties that we have brought to you over the course of the last couple of years, this property really is not of significant size to affect the project that the developer is trying to accomplish at hand. In fact, my conversations with the developer is the size that they have under contract right now, and they can verify this if I've misstated anything. The Fur and Auto site and the Haven of Rest property are currently under contract by the developer. They are in negotiations with the Chubby's Chicken site to look at either a portion or all of that parcel. So it's potential that it could touch at least 3 sides of the City of Tallahassee's property. The proposed use that the developer is looking at with the properties that are identified under contract and potentially City of Tallahassee could include upwards of approximately 300 dwelling units and 15,000 square feet of commercial. I've seen in some emails that have been circulated around the last couple of days regarding the eligibility of student housing on these parcels. I do want to make it clear that nothing under this item could affect the ability for you to prohibit student housing on any of these properties. The zoning district, the central core zoning district that these properties are served under, that is what controls the use of the properties, and it's a clear identified as-of-right use under the current zoning district. In regards to the city property, it was purchased in the 1990s. There was a concept that was adopted by previous city commissions, I think beginning in 1996, to look at redevelopment of not only this block, but multiple blocks within the Frenchtown community. And part of the conversation in the agenda materials that I kind of went back and looked through was to assemble properties to have redevelopment of this entire block, as well as partner with Florida State University to consider a parking structure for a joint use facility that would also serve their performing arts building. What we do know is that our properties are very small compared to the overall block, and to be able to utilize those parcels for the intensity of development that is intended and allowed by the zoning code and the comprehensive plan for our urban core. And that's kind of why we went to our recommendations that we have today. And so we're asking, based on the ability, because our parcel cannot be, the intensities can't be reasonably achieved on our parcel that is intended and desired under our comprehensive plan policies for this block, it really makes sense to kind of join in with another property so that they can get the better benefit and have the extension of the development onto our property that is consistent with that intent. So option one would direct staff to go out to the community, would provide the public notice as required by our policy. And then we would negotiate a purchase and sale agreement with the developer. And once that has been completed and is in right posture, we'd bring back that purchase and sale agreement for you to make a final decision. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. I do know the developers' representatives are here, so if you have questions about their intentions and their project, I'm sure they'd be able to go through all of that with you.
Thank you. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have about 10 speakers on this item. The first is Margaret Moore, followed by Kayla Norris Barber. So Margaret Moore is our first speaker.
Thank you. Barber? Your name and address for the record, please.
Kayla Norris Barber, 527 West Brevard Street. On behalf of the Frenchtown residents, we have a simple citizen request today. We ask that you pause consideration of this item and have your staff and the prospective developer to engage the community. We actually have plans for this parcel within the Neighborhood First Plan for Frenchtown. So we'd ask that. And I noticed that the agenda item wants to use policy called Purchasing Policy 136 that will allow you to circumvent the RFP process in the best interest of the city. Well, I don't know how you can determine that it's in the best interest of the city without engaging the city's residents, that community. So we simply ask that you pause, give us an opportunity to engage with the developer, with your staff, to determine if there are synergies within our plan, opportunities for collaboration, or at least to discuss what the community benefits may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Joseph Patrick.
Patrick, your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Yeah, my name is Joseph Patrick. I'm with Peerless Development, so we're the developers who are requesting the right to negotiate this site here. And I wanted to, we did have a presentation. I don't know if it was loaded up or not. Okay.
We have the presentation loaded?
It's in the packet, and if not, we could just, oh, there we go. Okay, great. Thank you. I'll be very brief, and we'll try to run through things, but just a brief description of who we are. We are a small, unique group of developers based out of Chicago. that have been around since 2009, who our focus is on student housing and market rate apartments generally around the country. But our real goal is to provide value to the neighborhoods and the communities that we go into. And we're not one of the larger cookie cutter developers, and nothing wrong with them. They have their place as well. But ours is a little more unique. And that's really what we intend to do here. And with this particular site, since we've talked a little bit about the site, I'll skip over it. That is just an image of the two city parcels, along with the rest of the yellow that we were working on creating. Just an image of the site from here so everybody understands what we're talking about. What's on the site currently, the city lots are vacant. They're right there with the green grass. There is a vacant building there in red, and then the Furran Auto site, which is there, which is obviously a part of the community. It is a non-conforming use at this time for this site based on the current zoning. But so we are in negotiations with each of those property owners and trying to secure that. And our goal with the city sites is to really allow us to create a little additional space, if you will, and a little breathing room, which we think will help create a better, vibrant project overall for the community. And that's really the goal there. These are, again, please disregard the colors. This was really a conceptual massing study just to show generally size and shape of what could potentially fit on that site. So it's a fairly good sized development. There's no question about that. And the colors are simply just to illustrate different uses of the units inside there. A little bit of description on the development and the potential benefits during the construction and the design, which I know is each one of the packets, so I won't bore you with reading through all of those, but there is a specific, certainly a financial benefit to the project for the community. This will be likely close to a $50 million investment.
You're right at 30 seconds.
Okay. So in the interest of time, I just wanted to, I will let you know that our goal is really to create a, value for this prominent corner in the community and potentially create a transition and a focal point between the university and the historic Frenchtown neighborhood that's near it. We intend to be there for 10 plus years as part of an opportunity zone, so we're going to live there and be a good neighbor. And we really feel that this is a win-win for both us as developers, everybody as a city, and the neighborhood in
3 minutes.
In giving the city an opportunity. This is a point where they'll be most valuable for that land at this time.
Thank you so much for your comment. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is Ryan, and I believe it's Cohen. Okay. And also Blaine Reeves, same? Okay.
Thank you.
And that brings us to Whitfield Leland.
Mr. Leland, your name and address for the record, please.
Whitfield Leland, 754 West 7th Avenue. To me, this is, first of all, Wayne came up here and gave a great speech. But to be totally honest, we, members of the community, has asked Wayne a long time ago to purchase this property through the CRA. I guess it fell on deaf ears. But to me, this is more than just a piece of property to the Frenchtown community. If anybody go back and do their history, this is where one of the first black theaters in this town was located at. So my thing is, why are we continue to destroy the history of this city to developers? And then on top of that, the same developers that's coming in here are being represented by companies, local companies that are pouring into y'all campaigns. So to me, this is not about bringing affordable housing or student housing to the Frenchtown area. We have enough student housing in the Frenchtown area. We was tricked by the city to put up that student housing that's across the street from the city building from the start. And now y'all finna erase our history and put in a development. And according to this, it says that regardless of the sale of this property, the development can still go on. We're asking that you all let the citizens, or even just abide to the neighborhood plan, because it's in the neighborhood plan. That piece of property is in the neighborhood plan. Why are y'all exiting out the neighborhood plan? Why is the city exiting out the neighborhood plan when the Frenchtown community has put their time and effort in it and said, this is what we want? At the end of the day, this is not citizen-driven. This is not community-based. And this city's management and the majority of this commission continues to show us that y'all are not citizen-driven or community-driven. So we asking, and we're not asking, I'm gonna beg y'all, because that's what it seems like we have to do. I'm gonna beg y'all to keep this piece of property in Frenchtown and let Frenchtown Neighborhood Plan do what they need to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mike Goldstein, and he's the last speaker in person, but we do have virtual.
Thank you. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mike Goldstein, 217 West 2nd Avenue. I'm with Whitfield and Lawrence Barber here, guys. This was like 2 months ago or so when we just sold the parking lot across from Game Street Pies and Oyster City. Same scenario, folks. Like, we're losing land that's could be used for something other than student housing, and I think that they leave already, or they're still here, I guess. That's not fair to the communities that are working to keep it what it was. So I don't know why we're having this conversation every time we're up here about these lands that need to sustain themselves to grow on its own. Because if we lose Chubby's Chicken, that's a Tallahassee landmark. We can all attest to that, right? Late nights, Chubby's, those workers will lose their jobs too. That's part of that three-part plan as well. And on top of that, Fernando, they even admitted that's part of what they're going to be taking away possibly from that with that land acquisition. So there's parts of those land sales that look great when they sell it to you as a proposal to buy out to help the long-term taxes of it, but you're losing historical parts of the community. You're losing culture. You're losing the families that are in that area. And with the standard, it's right there. Like, another student housing is literally a block away. And has anyone driven on 10th Street at night recently? It's dangerous. Adding more student housing will not help that scenario, at least as far as I can tell. So that's all I got on that one. But guys, stop losing land for future use when we need to just build it up from within the community we have already. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Max Epstein.
Mr. Epstein, are you with us? Mr. Epstein, are you with us?
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. This is Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. And I urge you to listen to the Frenchtown first plan and the neighborhood in their request to pause this land sale. And the fact is, really, this should go to an RFP, RFQ either way. And that's a way that the city could have leverage over these proposals that come in because perhaps another developer had something better in mind for the community. Perhaps we would get a better price for it. That Gain Street parcel was sold under current comps. So we need, like Mike said, to be observing these things, but there's also the transparency issues here when Talcor and More Base Consulting are contacting, quote unquote, unsolicited, and that is not being disclosed. They are not required somehow to register as lobbyists because I don't know why. Also, Vancore Jones is not required to register as lobbyists, even though they are coming to the city and they're coming to the commission for their own benefit. This is the culture that must change here in Tallahassee, or we will not move on. We will come back to these meetings every single time, have the same conversation over again. We need real transparency, and we need these local agents to register as lobbyists. Also, these agenda items should have lots and lots of information about the project. You shouldn't have to do a public records request to get the information that should be on the agenda item. So I encourage you, please, to either select option 2, RFP, RFQ process, or to listen and pause. Other than that, again, it would be worthy of bringing back an agenda item I believe it was requested over 6 weeks ago about these no bid land sales. That should be appearing soon. And when you have, again, we should have a workshop for ethics on these local companies, Talcor and Moorebase in this instance, who are donating also to reelection campaigns.
You have 20
This
seconds remaining.
shows a conflict of interest, whether it exists or not. There, it shows the appearance of one, and that is not what you want as the city of Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, any other public comment?
Mayor, we did have one other speaker who has turned in a form to speak in person. That's Beverly Williams. And there was a handout that I'll walk down and hand to each of you as well as she approaches.
Great. Williams, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Beverly Williams, representing the Tallahassee Urban League on the Frenchtown Neighborhood First CAT team. I won't belabor this discussion because it has been eloquently expressed by my previous leading speakers. However, I am here in an official capacity representing the Frenchtown Neighborhood First CAT team. And we respectfully ask that you defer taking any action on this agenda item until such time as we have had an opportunity to sit down and talk with the developers and go over their plan and see how their plan complements, contradict, or whatever the case may be, as far as the strategies that have been adopted in our neighborhood plan that was approved by this body. So without any other, unless you have some questions for me, I am finished. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Mayor, we have no other speakers on item 1302.
Okay. Turn it for commission direction and discussion. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What's the appraised value of this property, Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, we have not appraised it yet, so we haven't gotten your direction to enter into any kind of negotiation.
Wayne, we're having a hard time hearing you, my man.
Commissioner, we have not appraised it as of yet. If you direct us to enter into negotiations or go out to a bid process, we would be required to go through and do an appraisal of it.
Okay. And what conversations with the Frenchtown neighborhood have happened as far as community benefit in the area? Or have there been any conversations with? Have there been any conversations with the neighborhood?
Developer, they have not.
Okay. My concern is this: the policy 136 gives an exception when the city commission decides that it's in the best interest of the city. How can we determine the best interest of the city without knowing a dollar amount, without knowing what the surrounding neighborhoods have requested, and knowing it's also in existing neighborhood plans that they want to have it develop with the vision of the community involved? We've created a process where we're using the exception as the rule. And I don't think that is an appropriate way to continue to proceed with selling off public land. Even as the policy stated, there's no way for us to determine today if it's in the best interest of the city, because we're not even discussing a dollar amount. So we're ruling out letting anybody else make an offer, not knowing what the offer is on the table, and using a policy that really doesn't speak to that at all. So I have serious concerns about that. I have serious concerns when we get presented as a staff an email asking, how can I purchase this property without a competitive process? And that conversation continues, not with direction from the city commission, just at the staff level. That's not what our policy speaks to. So with that, I'll make a motion that we do not accept an offer and we pause moving forward with this sale.
Second.
So there's a motion on the table for, what is it, option number 2, I believe? Not moving forward, correct, Commissioner Matlow?
Correct. I actually do not see an option not to move forward, so this would be alternative direction.
Number 1, okay, well, it's to not move forward with this item. And it's been seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Matlow, what email are you referencing?
There was a news report stating that the staff was contacted based on this particular parcel. I also received information from the city manager when I asked about potential sales of future things that there has been interest shown in.
What news outlet?
It's out there. It was on a social media shared post. But either way, the public records reflect that is the process that took place.
Okay.
And I have serious concerns about it.
All right, we got a motion on the table. What other conversations do we have? Mr. Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wayne, could you put the picture of the parcel back up, or of those two lots? And if the representative from the developer, if he's still here, I have some questions I'd like to ask. Okay, so those lots sit between the Haven of Rest and Chubby's Chicken.
Yes, correct.
And you already own the other lots around there.
So we're in negotiation. We have letter of intents for the Haven of Rest property and the Fern Auto properties at this point, and we're in discussions with Chubby's Chicken for a portion of their site. We would not be moving the Chubby's Chicken or taking over the Chubby's Chicken. That would remain. It'd simply be that kind of vacant land that is behind the city lots.
So Fern Auto would go, or you're purchasing the vacant property behind Fern Auto?
Yes, exactly. The entire lot of what's
So
shown here
the
is-
vacant property behind Fern Auto, the vacant property behind Haven of Rest?
Yes.
And the property behind Chubby's Chicken?
It's actually the vacant land behind the city of Tallahassee.
Okay, behind the city of Tallahassee.
It's currently
Okay.
owned by Chubby's Chicken.
So you're basically trying to create a L-shaped lot?
We're trying to create a
do
rectangle.
something.
Yeah, we're trying to create a full rectangle with the
Okay.
city lots and that portion of the Chubby's.
And with the current coding, you could do that without the city property?
Correct. Without the city properties, we could build, develop our property as to right on the Fern Auto and the Haven Rest properties that we currently.
So let me say this for the record. I am not in favor of additional student housing in Frenchtown. But what I am in favor of is some housing that will help us with affordable housing, that will help us with some homeless housing. And if you are willing to have some negotiations and talk with the folks of Frenchtown to assess that, then I can kind of get with that, because those are the things that we need. We don't need the neighborhood inundated with more student housing that does not include housing for homelessness and affordable housing. And if by some reason we do move forward with the sale of the city lot, Mr. Manager, City Manager, I would want those proceeds to go to building affordable housing in Frenchtown on other city-owned lots. In this particular case, I know we still have a deficit that we need to take care of in the deficiency fund, but because this is happening in Frenchtown, if we were able to take whatever the appraised value, whatever the negotiated value, whether it be these folks or somebody else, I would like to see those dollars reinvested back in the Frenchtown community in affordable housing on other city-owned lots. But I would hope that some conversation could happen between the neighborhood and the developer to discuss the potential of increasing the affordable housing footprint and perhaps some homelessness solutions as well in what you're proposing to build, even if the city of Tallahassee does not sell those lots to you. Is that something you're willing and amenable to?
Yeah, we would absolutely be willing to sit down, and we encourage the interaction between ourselves and the neighborhood community. We want their input. I don't know where that ends up and how that manifests itself, but we absolutely want to sit at the table and engage with the local community and hear what they need, what they desire. Certainly, I can't promise, without getting into everything, I can't promise exactly meeting every one of those requests and requirements, but we want to. We want to sit down at the table. We want to be part of the solution and be part of a unique development for this area.
And that would be unique.
It would be.
That
And
would
I
be
think you
very
actually hit
unique.
on
Innovative.
a real benefit of this, you know, by us
Community
purchasing.
benefit.
Yes, it'd be a real benefit for everybody involved.
Okay, so with that in mind, I would like to make a substitute motion that all of the things that I just said are codified as a part of any negotiations for the sale of these City of Tallahassee lots, that if we're able to reach those agreements and the neighborhood works with the developer to identify some affordable housing options, some homelessness, because these are things that we need, and take those dollars that would be realized from the sale of those 2 lots to reinvest back into the neighborhood in affordable housing on city-owned lots. I could support that.
Second.
Motion on the table made by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem Curtis Richardson. Commissioner Porter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, I had the opportunity to meet with the developers this morning. I appreciate your interest in Tallahassee. I share the concerns of my colleague, Commissioner Matlow. I have a few questions and some comments. You know, correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't hear anything in our conversation about affordable housing or homeless housing or anything like that. It was just, is that correct?
Yeah, at this point, that's correct. So at this point, not knowing, to be honest with you, not knowing which parcels of land that we have to work with, our mix and our overall development is still in flux. So it's very early in our development process. So
Okay.
we have not, at this point, confirmed or dedicated any space or units or anything to that effect.
Okay.
To those.
Okay, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Have you ever developed affordable housing?
Yes, as part of some of our other developments, I will say there's other communities that require that as to be included into the developments, a certain percentage of affordable housing. That often, and I would say typically, comes with kind of a back incentive of whether it's tax abatements or TIF funds, depending on which community and which municipality you're dealing with. But we have dealt with that process and have done successful projects where we have incorporated affordable housing into those.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You know, I feel like I'm in a difficult position here, and that we have not yet, you know, if we are really interested in, as a city, in protecting Frenchtown and protecting the integrity of our neighborhoods, I mean, we need to revisit our zoning, because it is correct that there's nothing we can do at this point to just stop this project altogether, even if we wanted to. And we ran into that with the standard, and the integrity of Frenchtown, I mean, every day is under attack. That being said, this is a pretty blighted area right here. We're not displacing residents, but at the same time, I mean, this is not consistent with what the message we're sending to our, not having their input, not going through the typical bidding process, when I think that we can pause this to get that input, is really important to me. I do have a question for our city manager or anyone who can answer it. I mean, is this parcel actually included in the neighborhood, in the Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan? Like, did we approve something that actually has a plan for this specific parcel?
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner, we're joined via WebEx. John Baker is our lead on this. As you know, he's worked extensively with the neighborhood. He's out on a personal issue, but Ashley Edwards, our director of that department, is here. I think she can comment on that. And I do know there is a hope that land could be purchased, I believe, by the CRA. Ashley can give more details on how it's included in the plan. Ashley, can you hear us via the WebEx?
No, Ashley's right here.
I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize. I'm looking at WebEx. Ashley's right here. My apologies.
Live
Ashley,
and
our
in person.
director.
Yes, Mr. Manager, I sure can. One of the priority areas in the Frenchtown First Plan is economic development and community reinvestment. One of the strategies listed under that is to provide opportunities for neighborhood-scale commercial development to take place in the neighborhood so that residents have more places to work, shop, and recreate in their own neighborhood. The action item that relates to that specifically says that the committee would consider requesting that the CRA acquire and rehabilitate vacant or abandoned commercial sites in the neighborhood for redevelopment opportunities, including specifically the old Leon Theater on Tennessee Street.
Okay, I mean, thank you for that.
Can I ask a on point?
Yes.
Please.
So actually, given that it's 0.26 acres of land, what type of commercial development could be built there?
That is exactly what the plan, as it progresses and would be implemented, would flesh out what ideas and suggestions and thought that the team would have. And so we're in the first, stages of that process. Okay. But that would be one of the areas they would like to focus on and have an opportunity to be able to provide input and ideas.
Mr. Mayor, may I also answer that? Commissioner, I think that in your recommendation, we realize a quarter-acre parcel is not in itself very usable. I think the suggestion that the developer work with the neighborhood is in line with how it could be used. By itself, it is probably impractical that you have any kind of scale commercial use, and that certainly was contemplated by staff. And of course, in this case, staff was contacted by this because that's who people looking to buy property from the city contact. And it is stopped short of any price, any process, and it's looking for commission direction as to whether or not we would consider that. But you're exactly right. The scale and the size of the parcel is self-limiting by itself.
Commissioner Porter, you still have the floor.
Thank you. And I do think, for this is talking about neighborhood scale commercial development. So I do think, having lived in Miami, having lived in a lot of places, and even in Tallahassee, there are businesses that are smaller than this parcel and can fit. There's a lot of things, and I think if we're talking about something that's affordable for, and this is, sort of perhaps a separate point, but development that is accessible to the neighborhood is most likely going to be on a smaller scale. I do just want to say too that I know these conversations, it's my understanding that these conversations have been going on for several months. And the first time I was hearing about this was when we got our agenda last Wednesday. And that's concerning to me just because I would love the opportunity to not have these discussions over and over and over, and be able to be a liaison to the neighborhoods and work with our developers because they are coming, they are going to develop, so that we do not have a process. This happens just all the time, where we don't do the community engagement, we don't have the conversations, and then we can't move forward, and it's frustrating to the community, and I'm sure that it's frustrating to the developers as well as to staff. So, I hope that we can get this right. But all that being said, I don't see the harm in having conversations with our community residents so that they can give their input and make this the best possible investment in our community. I don't see there being any rush or any compelling reason that we can't go through the traditional bidding process. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When this first came to my attention from the city manager that these lots were being assembled in the Frenchtown area, one of the first things that I mentioned to him was that we needed to get the community involved in this, to inform them of what was happening, because I knew what had happened with the standard development, and it was deja vu all over again. Unfortunately, at this point, that didn't happen. I think with Commissioner Williams-Cox's motion, we have an opportunity to do that, to involve the community. I did not know that these parcels were part of the Neighborhood First Plan. And so I would be interested in seeing how, if it's possible, to meld those two projects. One of the things that I talked to the developers about, they mentioned that there were plans to have commercial development on the bottom floor of this project. And I said, well, thank you, but we were told that by the standard, and it hasn't happened. And I understand that complex had been sold shortly thereafter, and the difference here is that they've made a commitment to maintaining ownership for at least 10 years. And so we can hold them more accountable than possibly we can the folk at the, that are the current owners of the standard, even though I think we still should approach them about the promises that were made about retail and commercial development, and also the recognition of the historic significance of the Frenchtown community through markers and foot trails and other developments of that sort, which never happened. We talked about possibly some art on the side of the building, murals or what have you, and none of that ever happened. And so maybe we have an opportunity with the current owner to see if they would abide by those promises that were made to the community. I would have no problem if you know, putting a pause right now on accepting the proposal until we have had an opportunity for the developers and the community action team to get together and talk about how the two projects can meld and address the issues that Commissioner Williams-Cox has put in her motion. And that's why I seconded that motion and think that's the direction that we ought to go in this respect. I also had discussions with them about the MBE participation and spoke to Mr. Jones about it briefly, because I think they should make every effort to ensure that minority and women-owned businesses are included in the construction of anything that happens, particularly in the Frenchtown area, but we know that that's one of our priorities when we let construction contracts, is that we have at least the goals that are outlined in our disparity study, but even higher aspirational goals for MWSBE participation in these types of projects. And, you know, we talked about the commercial development and that was one of the things that I talked to them about, was making a commitment to see that minority and women-owned businesses had an opportunity to be able to locate businesses in what they were looking to do with the project. And so again, if there's an opportunity for the community to get together, if that was a part of the goal of the Neighborhood First Plan for Frenchtown to have that be commercial development, there's nothing to say that that can't happen even through what's being proposed here, but I think the discussions need to be had. And so that's why I would support the motion that Commissioner Williams-Cox has made at this point.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We have a substitute motion on the table. I'm coming to you in just a second. A substitute motion on the table by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Move forward with option number 1 plus the additional requirements that she put in place. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, you are recognized.
Thank you. Let me just say for the record, I have not met with the developer. So I have no idea what their plans were other than what I read in the agenda item when it came out. But I do think it is very important that they engage with the neighborhood and that they have these discussions with the neighborhood. In other projects, we have what we call a community benefit. And I strongly encourage that a community benefit be developed in conjunction with the neighbors who will have to live there. Again, I'll state for the record again, I am not in favor of any additional student housing in Frenchtown. However, with some affordable housing mix. And I'm glad to hear that you have some experience doing this, and that it was a requirement from some other places. Well, it looks like we're headed in that direction, that it's going to be a requirement here, because after you meet with the neighbors are going to, they're not shy. They're going to tell you what they want and what they don't want. And so I think that it's very important for that to occur, and that Ms. Ogentaya and her staff have very good experience in helping to put together those community benefit plans, and that we can move forward. But whatever the decision is, if you want to move forward with the purchase, whatever the amount that is negotiated, that amount, whether it's $100 or $1 million for that property, it should be reinvested in the community in Frenchtown in the form of affordable housing. Normally, when there's a sale of property, it goes to the deficiency fund, but I'm asking for an exception here, that since it's happening in Frenchtown, this is where it needs to go back to, in Frenchtown.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. Can we restate the motion, please? There's a few different components. So it's basically that we move forward.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Okay,
restate
sure.
your motion.
Okay. The motion is that we do move forward with these caveats. There will be a meeting or meetings with the neighborhood association. There will be the discussion about, from the neighborhood, affordable housing and or homelessness solutions. And if we move forward, if there is a moving forward of the sale of the property, those proceeds will be reinvested back into Frenchtown in the form of affordable housing on city-owned lots.
Okay. Maybe, Mr. City Manager, you can help me with this. I mean, where is the money going exactly when we say if there is a sale, it stays in Frenchtown for affordable housing?
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner, I believe if you vote on that direction, you would be making an exception to your policies that says these proceeds would go to your deficiencies fund. So your policy says that's where they go. It's within the discretion of the commission to alter from that. The motion would then direct those proceeds to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for specific use in Frenchtown.
Okay, so they would be earmarked.
To that fund,
Okay.
Affordable Housing Trust Fund with specific use in Frenchtown.
Okay. And then and if the developer does want to answer this, it's kind of an open-ended question. If you have any comment, in response, and they showed their willingness to meet with the community. I believe they will. They had already had some conversations. This is not me doubting you. I do just want the record to show, there has been no mention of affordable housing or anything like this until this moment. And in the instances, I presume, where they had affordable housing, there were incentives to make up for the loss in revenue. I just want the record to show so that, they have a business plan, and affordable housing is a totally different game, where they change their business plan. It's different pots of money. That's not to say that is impossible, but this is a huge ask. I kind of feel like we are putting the developers in an impossible position to kind of making a promise they can't keep moving forward with this. So, if you have a response or any additional comment, I just want that to be clear that, this is not such a simple, they're going to add affordable housing. And there's we've put no expectation as far as the number of affordable housing units, a percentage, what that looks like. To be having this, conversation so informally without a much more detailed, analysis and conversation so that they have time to prepare. I'm just not comfortable with this at all at this point. If you have any comment, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, it would definitely require a lot of negotiations and discussions and number crunching before we could come to that conclusion. So I do agree with you.
Okay, so you cannot, at this point, guarantee that there will be any affordable housing in this development?
Mr. Mayor, on point.
On point?
My motion does not ask for a guarantee.
No.
My motion says that they will get with the neighborhood and negotiate and work on that, and that this could be a part of that. And then the neighborhood could, well, it is a pause because they got to stop and get, okay.
Hold on.
It is a pause because they've got to stop and get with the neighborhood, okay? And I'm trying to make lemonade here.
Yes.
I'm trying to add a little sugar to make lemonade here. Because otherwise, we've had all this discussion and we're going to walk away with lemons. And all I'm trying to do is trying to help the developer and the neighborhood come together and decide how best they can move forward with this project. I've not asked for any guarantees.
I was
Because
asking.
if the developer chooses not to do it, then they can just walk away from it. You know, they can walk away from it. So,
Excuse me, may I get an answer to my question?
Sure, hold on just a second. I'm going to ask everybody, please work with us.
Take a breath.
So take a deep breath. We're going to get through this item. We're going to get all the all the questions answered. We do have a publicly scheduled public hearing at 5 o'clock. For those of you that are here for the public hearing, I am sorry we're running late. Bear with us. We will take care of business as soon as we are done with this agenda item. If I can also put in Commissioner Porter, you have a question directly to the
Thank you. I just wanted an answer there. You know, you cannot today give us a guarantee that there will be affordable housing of any kind. Is that correct?
Yeah, we cannot give you a
Thank you.
guarantee because we don't know what that means.
Of course. Thank you. That's it for me.
So I'm going to chime in as well, and I do like the substitute motion that's on the table by Commissioner Williams-Cox. As the developers have mentioned, you have done other communities where you do have an inclusionary housing ordinance for rental units. It's not just for home ownership, correct? Correct. And if you recall, colleagues, one of the items that we just took up, which is the AHAC recommendations, one of the recommendations that we have worked a long time with is to have rental affordable inclusionary housing. This literally would be working with the developers to take the first step before that is codified in law. It would actually be groundbreaking in Tallahassee because it would be the first time that we would have a rental unit that would have inclusionary housing. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I love the idea as well, taking at 100% of the proceeds of the sale of the land, and basically you're putting that in the Neighborhood First budget. I mean, if you think about it.
Yes.
One of the elements of the Neighborhood First budget is affordable housing, which requires, whether it's land acquisition or construction cost. So instead of having a budget of $6.4 million, say we sell the property, or I don't know.
whatever it is, don't say a number.
Right. Whatever it is, 100% is going to go into that. That is a very creative way to add affordable housing as well. I am also conscious of the fact that these are empty lots. It is on Tennessee Street. Directly across from that Tennessee Street, I believe, is the FSU parking garage and the theater school.
Yes.
This is not the standard, which we all agree, if we were on the commission at the time, we would not have supported, because that is farther into the neighborhood. And gentlemen, I hope you can appreciate the reason why we're so fired up, and this is a big issue, is because Frenchtown is the oldest continuous African-American neighborhood in the state of Florida. That means a lot to this community. I think what you're hearing is, please work with us, work with the neighborhood. And I think that there's a great opportunity for the neighborhood to benefit, but also to have a good product as well. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. Just comments on the motion on the table. How many times have we asked for public engagement or a meeting with a neighborhood and just check the box and then move forward? That is exactly what's going to happen here. And that's no offense to the developers, because why would you change your business plan. You have something that works, you know what you want to do, you're going to move forward with it. And if I were in the position, I would do the same thing. I would meet with the neighborhood. If there's a small thing I could do, I wouldn't alter my entire plan for my development based on 0.26 acres. Nobody would. So the question that remains is, do we want to see community benefit from this parcel? And if we do, we can't give staff direction to go ahead and negotiate a sales price. If we were truly going to hit pause and meet with the neighborhoods and then come back and let us know what that conversation went like, and then made a determination, knowing the sales price, if we wanted to move forward, that would make sense. But right now, we're setting this up for failure. We're setting it up for a conversation that's not going to be delivered on for the Frenchtown neighborhood, and it's going to come back with a sales agreement that's going to be approved. So I can't support the motion on the table today because we've seen it too many times, and I know exactly what's going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Matlow, I couldn't disagree with you more. I just absolutely could not disagree with you more, because what you're saying is that these people will not meet with the neighborhood and negotiate in their best interest. You're anticipating what they're going to say and do, and what we're going to say and do, and I resent that, because my vote will not my vote will not depend on somebody coming back saying.
Can we keep the comments germane to the issue and not my specific?
We will not.
Commissioner Matlow.
I will not take a vote if it comes back to us and it appears that there has not been significant input from the neighborhood and they're satisfied with what the agreements have been. That's what we're looking for. And for me to predetermine what that's going to look like or sound like or come back as a recommendation, you can't do that. And so what we're saying in the motion is that there be significant discussion with the neighborhood association, the community action team, to determine if, in fact, this project fits, if there can be a melding of the projects to get out of this what the neighborhood association is looking for. And if that comes back to us and it's a no, then we don't move forward with our agreement. But for us to sit here now, today, and predetermine what's going to come back to us based on what's happened in the past, I think is a wrong thing to do.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring this in for Landon. We got a substitute motion on the table made for Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of the substitute motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
And it passes 3-2 with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter in dissent.
And
Folks, it is-
Mr. Mayor, just one more thing before we go, if we can. I want to say to the city
Commissioner
manager.
Williams-Cox.
I want to say to the city manager, if we don't see this happen, then we are not I won't be able to support the sale of the property.
Right.
If these things do not happen, I will not be in support of the sale of the property. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick stretch break. Let's come back at 5:20, if that's okay, 5:20 for the public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the publicly scheduled public hearing to order. We do have a quorum in chambers. We are on item number 15.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15.01 is the second and final public hearing on an amendment to the Campus Development Agreement with FSU and the rescission of the Tallahassee-Leon County Civic Center Development of Regional Impact. The recommended action is option 1, hold the second and final public hearing on extension of the FSU Campus Development Agreement and approve the agreement, and option 2, adopt Resolution 21-R-39, rescinding the Tallahassee-Leon County Development of Regional Impact. The Director of Growth Management, Karen Dummerville, is available to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
We have no speakers on item 1501.
We have no speakers. Is there anyone here that'd like to speak on item 1501? Okay, seeing none, let's move for commission discussion and direction.
Move staff recommendation on option number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Option 1 and 2, I believe.
And 2, and
Yes,
2,
sir.
yes.
So there's a motion on the table for staff recommendation of option number 1 and option number 2, made by the Mayor Pro Tem Curtis Richardson.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 15.02. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 15.02 is the continuation of the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 21-Z-27AA, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the English property plan unit development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, located on 744 acres on both sides of Blairstone Road, generally south of Orange Avenue, north of Tram Road, east of Rickers High School, and west of Capitol Circle Southeast on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, continue public hearing on ordinance number 21-Z-27AA to the February 16, 2022 City Commission meeting at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Madam Attorney, let the record reflect that I got a phone call last night from Mr. Brad Parker, who I believe represents the property. He called me in support. I told him I had the flu and I'm not talking to anybody, but he did call and touch base with me. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have, and I have filled out the appropriate forms because it's quasi-judicial.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We do have speakers, Mayor. The first is Sonia De La Cruz, followed by Nita Davis. And as the earlier part of our meeting, as you know, Mayor, we'll have 3 minutes for each speaker's remarks.
Excellent. De La Cruz, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Sonia Dela Cruz, 1113 East Paul Russell Road, Tallahassee, Florida, 32301. I'm speaking about the Cullen English property, 700-plus acres of environmentally sensitive land that wants to be developed, and there has been no transparent environmental, nonpartisan environmental report done or anything else, and I don't see why we're moving forward on something that there hasn't been any legwork in what the impact would be to our natural springs, our sinkholes, our ecological environment there with our wildlife, and the Wakulla Springs. I oppose it, and I'm up against the colony, my own too. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Nita Davis, and then Marco Casco.
Thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Nita Davis, 1111 East Paul Russell Road, Tallahassee, Florida. And I'm right down the road from the English property. My house was the second house up there. Mr. Paul Russell was first. I got no notice. I found out about this a couple of days ago. But I will say, I am completely opposed to this. This will go straight to Wakulla Springs. We have people from all over the world coming to Wakulla Springs, all over the world. And if we do this, we might as well just kiss it goodbye, and it will be this city's fault. I don't know if anybody remembers Blue Sink, the most pristine swimming hole, right down the road there. It looks like someone's toilet right now, and it's right across. So, if to pretend that this is not going to have an impact, the English property, we're not just talking about property. This is part of the Wakulla Basin. That property is part of the Wakulla Basin. It has already been deemed ecologically sensitive. This is like a flip. And I go back to 2012, and I was at the Zoning Commission when they went, and their attorney was there for the third time, and they asked for an impact report, and he still didn't have it. And someone sitting there on that Zoning Commission goes, "Oh, in English, he'll never cut his trees." So it was like, well, let's just give him this little go on the strip there to build that VA hospital, but let's just include that too while we're at, because, oh, in English, he'll never cut his trees. So that's, and I asked for the minutes from that meeting because I saw the corruption that was going on. And guess what? I got the minutes, but they were redacted. So that's the way it goes.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on this item?
Mark Acasco, and then we will move to our virtual connections.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Mark Okasako, 1689 Silverwood Drive, and thank you for the opportunity for speaking with you. I am opposed to the current proposed PUD. The majority of the land will be clear-cut, leaving only a few pockets of greenery. Deforestation will be devastating for the wildlife. Animals and birds will lose habitat and a corridor where they can travel between the Apalachicola National Forest and the conservation easements of the Blairstone Forest and Indian Head Acres neighborhoods. In the 740-acre majestic forest, there is likely the presence of red-cockaded woodpeckers, gopher tortoises, eastern indigo snakes, wood storks, striped newts, and zigzag grass. Deforestation of this last remaining vast forest solely for human consumption will hasten the extinction of these federally and state endangered and threatened wildlife species. With the forest land replaced with mostly impermeable surfaces, there will be a surge of stormwater runoff, resulting in significant soil erosion. Increased runoff with elevated levels of fertilizers and toxins will adversely affect our already low elevation, flood-prone Blairstone Forest and neighboring communities. Prior to this proposed PUD, has any environmental impact analysis and natural features inventory been ever conducted? We were told by the city's planning department that analysis will only be done for each site's plans or subdivision's development and review. This piecemeal review process is highly inefficient and will hinder the protection of the already compromised wildlife. The stormwater management plan is not in the proposed PUD. According to the Growth Management Department, stormwater requirements will be addressed at the time of site plan. A comprehensive stormwater management plan is critical. This PUD is in the Woodville karst plain and includes multiple karst features of concern like sinkholes, karst lakes, and springs. This vulnerable geology will accelerate polluted stormwater to drain directly into the Floridan aquifer, consequently to manifest into Wakulla Springs. This forest land is within the Wakulla Basin, and it is within the high protection area of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's DMAP. According to the currently proposed PUD, one of the sinkholes is designated to be used for stormwater. Has there ever been a test conducted on the sinkhole to determine its connectivity to the Floridan aquifer? I am told that this may require some drilling, but it shouldn't be cost prohibitive. There's also a retention pond, and will this water be released periodically? If so, where will the water drain to? And has there been a hydrology test to determine the flow of surface and groundwater and water quality? To conclude, I urge you to carefully consider granting more time to conduct transparent, comprehensive environmental impact analysis and hydrology tests. This last remaining majestic forest deserves this. For the time being, please vote no to rezoning this PUD. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mayor, we'll go to WebEx where we have 3 speakers, if they all made a connection. The first will be Tracy Priest.
Ms. Priest, are you with us?
Good evening. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Your name and address, please.
Tracy Priest, 1747 Brookside Boulevard, Blairstone Forest subdivision. If everybody is looking at the large map that shows the entire acreage, the 770 parcel, I'm going to concentrate on that top right portion known as the Orange Avenue parcel. We are just west of that parcel. That's my neighborhood, Blairstone Forest. And the stormwater runoff and flooding, I'm representing our HOA, Blairstone Forest, and we're all concerned about during the development process, both the existing landscape and hydrology will be altered. Downstream to the Blairstone Forest subdivision, the additional runoff flow will increase the volume of total flow, further flooding and further erosion of the natural brook. Excess stormwater causes damage to property, which it has already, that is difficult and costly to clean up. Every spring, we have to tear up beaver dams, believe it or not, in the middle of Tallahassee. Those amplify the flooding before rain even starts. The additional runoff will add more pollutants in stormwater, include antifreeze, grease, oil, fertilizers, pet waste, sediment from the construction site. We currently collect toys, shopping bags, golf balls that are always constantly being removed after heavy storming. The flooding is deep. It comes right up under to the houses. And I'm concerned about the flooding because it threatens the public safety, whereas drownings can occur in the floodwaters. And these floodwaters have a current. They will drag whatever we have in the backyard, it will drag it down. And if you're looking at the map, that small little parcel there where they're wanting to put 7 apartments, if any of that water comes in through our brook, we are already in the flood zone. We already have a hard time trying to protect trees. There is no way that water runoff can go along Orange Avenue at a rate that would be needed. Also, taking all those trees out, the folks on K Avenue,
You have about 20
they're
seconds.
going to have all of that, and they're going to hear the VA generator, which is loud, which we can all hear over here when they are running their tests. I would not want to be living on K Avenue with all those trees gone. Like I said, we have a huge erosion problem already. Exposed roots, it costs homeowners $1,200 to have a tree removed. When they're weakened, we can't leave them like that because they are close to the homes.
Ms. Priest?
And they're dangerous for people.
Ms. Priest, thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate them. Ms. Priest, you're at 3 minutes. I appreciate your comments.
First time.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Stephen Martin.
Mr. Martin, are you with us?
Yes, hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Your name and address,
Yeah,
please.
Stephen Martin. Hey, Stephen Martin, 2625 Stonegate Drive. This seems a lot like another long-standing, multi-generational family, large acreage land holding converted to a PUD. Anybody who's been around and heard me for the last 12 years knows what I'm talking about. I think this is probably like that, unanticipated problems waiting to happen. The current generation seem to not be attached to this land like their forefathers were, and residents of nearby neighborhoods seem more attached to it than the landowners, which surprises me. It's been with their families for generations. I can't believe they want to do this to the land. Perhaps I'm missing something. And I welcome a statement from a member of the English family if they would like to show their face and tell us what's driving them to do this. Certainly something different than what's driving the residents of the surrounding neighborhoods to come in and speak out against it. I haven't heard anybody speak in favor of it. Hopefully this PUD doesn't mark the beginning of the end and forever change the character of this land. I spoke about this 1 year ago, tomorrow, in fact. And at the meeting, Commissioner Richardson, he did agree with me that all efforts should be made to preserve the natural features and the character of the area. Today, the mayor recognized Arbor Day and pointed out benefits of trees, including keeping the air clean, providing habitat, enhancing quality of life. I hope your words are sincere and mean something, that you'll be thinking about what you said when you're going to make a decision as to what's going to happen to this land. I mean, let's hope that you are sincere and your words matter. Deforestation of this land and converting it to an intensive, dense residential housing. Well, that's going to add more feet to the area and do anything but reduce the carbon footprint that you say you're committed to. Here you're getting rid of trees and adding dense residential housing. Doesn't seem to be an answer to that problem. Staff should seek input from all potentially impacted parties, especially the nearby residents who we've heard from already and are not in favor of this, something that really wasn't done with a development I'm talking about that happened before. This item is being continued, and you'll now have a couple of months to think this through. You should take account of all the costs and benefits for all of the potentially impacted parties. What may be beneficial to a select few who are behind this can be very costly to many more.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Martin.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Max Epstein.
Mr. Epstein, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Your name and address for the record, please. 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. I'd like to echo all of the previous comments. The thought that this would continue forward without a detailed environmental analysis or master stormwater plan will have unintended consequences. The lower 40% of this parcel or so is in the primary springs protection zone. There are 2 extremely large sinkholes or karst features that will be turned into stormwater ponds. And if you look at the current plan, the only open space that is reserved currently, the only environmental features that will be most likely preserved are those sinkholes. Well, that's not really open space, is it? It's not usable for people. It's not really usable for animals either. As mentioned earlier, there's at least one historical documentation of an endangered species. And the fact is, parts of this could be developed. That is true, parts of it. But there needs to be a master stormwater plan. Just think, this parcel is a little over half the size, about half the size of the St. Augustine branch. Think of all the tens of millions of dollars that have gone into stormwater improvements in Cascades Park. We need a plan like that for this piece of property. I'd also like to recommend that the City Commission and the city contact the applicant and seek any external funding grants to preserve the natural features. You preserve a wildlife corridor and cut down on the size of the developments, then you could actually have something that could work for the people who live nearby. But clear cutting 500, 600, 700 acres worth of trees is going to cause many, many, many problems. And doing it piecemeal, one neighborhood at a time, one pond at a time, is not the correct way to do things. So I hope that you can reach out and see what can be protected. How? Are there external funds that can be used? And I would also mention one of those unintended consequences could be, remember the $250 million settlement with the, I think it was FDEP or Wakulla Springs over the spray site. This is the area where all of that enters the aquifer and enters into Wakulla Springs. So if you don't plan that correctly, there could be much, much more damage than you could imagine. That includes wildlife, that includes people, and that includes our tax dollars. Thank you.
Mr. Epstein. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mayor, I have no additional speakers on this public hearing.
All righty, colleagues, the recommended action is to postpone, not to approve. Any further discussion?
I move that we do just that.
Second.
Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox has moved staff recommendation to postpone option number 1, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, Chris Richardson. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We are now on item 5.03, the last item under the public hearing. Let me turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me ask Ashley Edwards to lead this item. And I'll mention John Baker again because he deserves a ton of credit. He and his staff, each year they put together, with the help of lots of city departments, a neighborhood leadership academy. You all know what it is. This year we've had 17 graduates, many of which are here with us tonight. And we wanted to take this time as they completed their full curriculum to recognize them, take a picture with the commission, and just celebrate the time that they invested to learn about their community, ask questions, and provide constructive feedback. Ashley, will you help me further that overview?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manager. These folks that we're going to recognize tonight have spent 2 to 3 hours a week with us every Tuesday night for the past 10 weeks, learning about the inner workings of city government and the services that we provide to the citizens of our community. I think they've gotten a very hands-on, in-depth, and what I hope has been a very fun experience with behind the scenes, getting to know staff, and hopefully becoming more equipped with information and details that they can then take and share with their neighborhood about who to contact in city government if you have a question about various services or other issues. It's a program that our neighborhood affairs staff puts on each year, and it's open to any city resident. And we would encourage anybody, whether you're active in your neighborhood association or you just think you'd like to become more active and more engaged with us, to try to join us for our next session next fall. A shout out to John Baker and his staff, as Reese said, but especially Ms. Kalisha Fain. She is here tonight, our neighborhood affairs liaison, who has been the guiding shepherd for our academy members this year. She's done a tremendous job, so I wanted to recognize her. And with that, if I could, I'd like to call out the names of the graduates that are here and ask Mr. Mayor and Commissioners if y'all would join us down here for a picture and opportunity to congratulate them. Gary Gale from Settlers Creek, Sonia Jackson from Killarn, if y'all just come up as I call your name, Paula Kiger from Southwood, Kadobi Martin from Southside, Taranea Oliver from Huntington Woods, Malia Orell from Olson Landing, David Smith, Preserve at Buck Lake, Shauna Smith from Appalachie Ridge, Keisha Washington from Wilson Green, Michelle Washington from Sable Village, Reverend Al Williams from College Terrace, and Beverly Williams from Frenchtown. We have a couple of graduates I'd like to recognize that couldn't be with us tonight, but I hope maybe they're watching on TV and want to congratulate them as well. Janita Wells, Valeria Singleton, Felicia Shorter, Tiffany McCaskill, and Kathleen Carlson. I present to you the 17 graduates of the 2021 Neighborhood Leadership Academy, Mr. Mayor.
There you go. All right, if we could just get a little bit more, and I think we'll have it. Stack in the middle. All right, in 3, 2, 1. If I give one more photo with everybody 2 layers, can we get kind of shorter people in the front? Oh. Oh, no. Okay. You go first. To me, in 3, 2, 1. One more, 3. Yes.
Well, I'm Shauna Smith, representing Appalachie Ridge, and when I signed up for this, people go, don't you know everything you need to know? But I'm like, there's always something new to learn. I was glad to be a part of this, to learn some more about the updates and things going on in the inner workings of all the departments, and I must say that this was an excellently run program, from John's office to Ashley and Kalisha and everybody. And I appreciate the city for feeling that this is a valuable service to the community. And you'll probably be hearing from some of us on some agenda items later. We all fired up now. So this is my classmate who may want to say a word.
Hi, I'm Beverly Williams, and I'd just like to thank the city, Ashley, John, and his staff for the opportunity to participate in this academy. I have worked for the city, I've been in the city, I've run from the city, but I was just overwhelmed with delight in terms of learning how the city has their stuff together. I mean, it's like a city. If you think about Disney World, how people complained about Disney World being their own city, the city is its own city. It has everything that we need. They have competent people behind the scenes making sure that we get what we need, and they have the heart to share this knowledge with us, and I'm truly grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ashley, once again, thank you and John Baker and your entire team for such an amazing job that y'all do, not just with this program, but everything throughout Parks and Recreation and Neighborhood Affairs. We really appreciate it. Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney, do we have anything else to come before us at the publicly scheduled public hearing?
No, sir, that is it.
Okay, so I'm going to call the public hearing to a close. I'm going to open up the business meeting again. We are now on item number 13.03. When we finish the policy formation and direction, we will then go into unagended speakers. If there's anybody here who would like to speak on an unagended item, and then we will go into the sharing of ideas. We're on 13.03. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. This item seeks the City Commission's authorization to negotiate a joint development agreement which would facilitate affordable housing on Dantzler Street. This is a pretty creative solution, a complicated situation involving stormwater, and we're joined by Bennett Ojitayo, which is obviously our Director of Housing and Community Resilience, but it's also Steve Schaefer, which is the General Manager of our Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure. They have brainstormed, worked with the adjacent property owner to identify a solution that will deal with stormwater and make way for affordable housing. I would like for them, and they'll tag team this, to give an overview and the general details for your benefit and the public's as well.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Commissioners, to be before you. It's always a pleasure. So what is summarized for you in this agenda item is a really neat opportunity. We love to break the silos in the organization, and this is a really good example of how multiple departments can come together for a creative solution. The city has had this particular property on Dantzler for many, many years. Maybe eventually will. The property is about 2.5 acres near the intersection, of course, of Dantzler and Magnolia. This property sits in our affordable housing inventory. There it is. Just to give you a little bit of context of what we're talking about here, it is part of what would be sort of the broad South City neighborhood area. This parcel is on our affordable housing inventory, so it is a parcel that has been slated for affordable housing, but for many, many years it has not been developable due to drainage issues. Because of the size of it, not being one single family infill opportunity, we actually think there's some good uses with more missing middle, diverse types of housing that is still at a neighborhood scale and blends in well in terms of compatibility. So we are very pleased as an opportunity to prepare the site for development, but also to spur development around the other vacant properties that are around it. And so staff between my department as well as UPI have explored some opportunities that we'll have Steve Schaefer explain. But essentially, this is a great opportunity for us to move forward with a parcel that's been sitting vacant and to make progress on your priorities.
Thank you, Abena. As Abena said, the city's parcel is 2.5 acres in size. It's on Dancel Street, very nicely situated for missing middle housing. There's been some historic challenges in developing this property in the past, in part due to floodplain encroachment on the property. However, as a result of recent investments in stormwater improvements along Country Club Creek, staff has been able to reduce the flood stages in the area, effectively removing the Dantzler property from the floodplain. Of course, to develop the property will require the development and construction of a stormwater management facility. And we have recently learned that the owner of the adjacent property to the south, 1.2 acres south of the city's property, has indicated an interest also in developing some affordable type housing in the area. So given the proximity of the two parcels, development agreement for the construction of a joint stormwater management facility is a cost-effective way for the city to develop its property and for the development of some affordable housing where it's needed. So we are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues, we are in discussion and direction. The recommended action is option number 1.
Move option number 1 is recommended by staff, Mr. Mayor.
All right, got the
I'll
Mayor
second
Pro
that.
Tem, who has made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Porter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm supportive, and I'm glad to see that we came to this solution. I just have a few questions. So is Graceful Solutions, they're going to be able to move forward with their project despite our not having a plan for the city parcel, is that correct?
They can move forward on their parcel to develop what they can by right in terms of density. However, they will be required to put a stormwater facility on their parcel as well. And so if they do, that would remove some of the density opportunities that they have. It will take up more of their current space. And of course, they will have to do the development at their full cost as well. And then the same thing would apply for the cities. Once we are ready to develop ours, it would require stormwater facilities for anything more than just a single family unit. And therefore, it would require 2 stormwater facilities in that area.
Okay. And so I see that we don't have a site plan yet. What are the next steps?
Yeah, so because of the size of the parcel, again, being suitable for something more than a single family, the city would be interested in looking at a site plan that brings in more missing middle. So anything from duplex, quads, cottage styles, anything more than just one unit so we can maximize the site. That would be part of the development process to understand however many units will determine the size of the stormwater facility as well. And I will invite Steve to correct me on anything else, but until we know precisely what number of units are there, we can't specify exactly the stormwater infrastructure. But the goal, from our perspective, is to do more missing middle housing with that parcel.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
There is a motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Porter for option number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on item number 13.04. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask Anita Morrell, our Manager of Human Services, to come forward to make this presentation. We're seeking your approval of the proposed uniform performance metrics for the upcoming CHSP cycle. And you may recall that the Askew School of Public Administration at FSU has helped with this. Dr. Van Landingham deserves a lot of credit with the leadership of his students, and they've been instrumental in the development of the recommendations that have received support from the overall CHSP community. Anita's done great work on this, and I'd love her to give a presentation for your benefit as well as the public's.
Excellent.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, you can't hear me, okay. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you. On behalf of the Human Services Division and the Department, I am here to present to you a long-awaited agenda item to be able to bring to you the Human Services performance measures for CHSP, the Community Human Services Partnership. As you know, more than 20 years ago, the city and county have worked, for over 20 years, the city and county have worked together collaboratively through CHSP to provide a streamlined process for human services grant funding for our human services agencies. The CHSP process continues to be a national best practice for its streamlined funding application process. Its collection and sharing common data by funding agencies to address human services needs in our community, and its collaboration and optimization of local government human services funding. To ensure that CHSP continues to fulfill its mission of optimizing limited human services funding to address the highest human services need in our community, in January of 2021, the city and county engaged the FSU Askew School of Public Administration and Policy to evaluate the CHSP process, to include the assessment of the funding categories and the establishment of uniform performance metrics. Before you, I gave you a chart, and it gives you a highlight and a visual of how the Askew School came to and demonstrates to you how we will incorporate the performance measures. The measurements and the relationships between the service goal categories, common outcomes, and uniform metrics. It shows the relationship between the current CHSP funding categories to the 6 common service goal areas. So if you look on the top row where you see our currently funded agencies, you have Children's Services, Family Support, Community Support, Basic Needs and Emergency Services, Disability Services, Physical Health, Promise Zone, Senior Services, Youth Recreation and Character Building, Youth Education and Employment, and Promise Zone. So as they evaluated this process, they met with agencies to see what they're currently tracking and how they're currently reporting their outcomes. With that, the school came back and gave us 6 goals that each agency would need to meet. And in this chart, you will see that in the column, they are associated with the higher level of what CHSP actually funds, the Children's Services and the Family Support. So the goals for Support Healthy Families, Children's Services and Family Support are associated with that overall goal, which under that, you have your outcomes, which under that, which is layered, you have your metrics that the agency will need to master. So again, the same for support individuals and families in crisis and emergency situations. The teams that would currently need to meet that goal are Community Support, Team 4, Basic Needs and Emergency Services, and a couple of programs that are currently in Team 10 of the Promise Zone. So again, the chart shows the progression of how the agency would need to meet the performance metrics, come up with the outcomes, and also meet the overall goal. The proposed streamlined and sensible process for incorporating uniform performance metrics would bring several advantages to the CHSP process. One, incorporating the uniform performance measures would enable key stakeholders, including elected officials, county and city staff, human services agencies, and the public to receive constant information on the outcomes being achieved through CHSP funding. Also, the reported data could be aggregated and viewed at the service goal, shared outcome, and common metric level. The proposed performance metric system should not be disruptive to either the agencies or the current grant-making process, and is designed to support the ongoing evolution of the CHSP process. So this agenda item seeks your approval for the proposed uniform metrics for the implementation of the upcoming 2-year Community Human Services Partnership for the 2020-23 and 2020-24 funding cycle.
Excellent presentation. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir, we do not.
Proud graduate of the Askew School myself. I'm pleased to see the work that the students did, and anytime we can collaborate with the university community, I think it's wonderful.
And definitely, I have,
Open it up.
if you have any questions for me, but I also have Dr. Berlin, the associate professor with the Askew School, via WebEx, that's available to answer any of your questions regarding the methodology on how they came up with the outcome measures.
Commissioner Porter, did you have your hand up first?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion, but go ahead. You have a question? Go ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to thank you for this process. Also, the Askew School. I'm also a proud graduate of the Askew School. I was Dr. Van Landingham's research assistant. So to see this, I think it's really going to help both our nonprofits as well as the those who volunteer to evaluate the applications. I think this is just a great step forward, and so I'm excited to see how the process changes using these tools. So thank you.
Is that a motion for the record?
And yes, I would like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation for option 1.
Commissioner Porter has made a motion for staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you recognize.
I wanted to also pile on and say, great presentation. What a difference a year makes. Last year, we had some bumps in the road with moving forward with a different tool. This one, I believe, will help us all understand clearly what the metrics are and how they'll be measured. And it also gives an opportunity for the community to get ready and become educated on how we move forward. So I'm looking forward to this being a clear-cut way for nonprofits to be able to get the assistance they need to continue to provide the great service that they provide in our community. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you to Florida State School of Askew School. See, I'm from Florida A&M, and so I didn't graduate from the Askew School, but nevertheless, great work. Thank you.
One thing I did want to end on is that this will level the playing field for all agencies, big or small, because some of our smaller agencies would have problems with trying to come up with measurable outcomes. And so this is an opportunity for them to really compete in the CHSP process.
Well, I think it speaks very well of the work that you and your team have done and the students have done when you get a full, unwavering endorsement from UPHS as well. I mean, you truly have brought everybody to the table in agreement. Great job. Motion on the table by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 13.05. Mr. Dennis Sutton. How are you doing today, sir?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for giving me this opportunity to bring forward agenda item number 13.05. This agenda item requests your consideration for adopting 2 new commission policies regarding whistleblower and anti-fraud. As you know, last year or earlier this year, the Office of the Inspector General issued a report on the ethical culture of the city. Overall, that was a very good report, I felt like. However, there were some issues that we did identify and improvements that could be made to help strengthen the city's ethical culture. One of the issues we identified was that when employees identify or have seen instances of wrongdoing, they were reluctant to report that to appropriate officials. Specifically, when we asked the question in our survey, only 25% of the people that reported having witnessed wrongdoing said that they had reported that to an appropriate official. So as a result of that, we came up with some recommendations in that audit report, which was for the city to adopt 2 new commission policies, again, regarding whistleblower and anti-fraud. As you know, whistleblower is a statute in state law that lays out what qualifies for whistleblower protections. And this the ordinance that established the Inspector General's office brought that into the city. It was already there in state law. It brought it into the city and designated the Inspector General to be the appropriate official to receive whistleblower complaints for the city. And so this this policy that is coming forward, brought forward by both the city manager and myself, will further reemphasize the city's commitment to protecting whistleblowers when they do report, to hopefully increase that comfort in city employees reporting instances of wrongdoing when they do see them. The other policy, the anti-fraud policy, is a affirmation of the commitment of the city for zero tolerance for fraud, specifically without regard to suspected wrongdoers' length of service, position, title, or relationship with the city. The city commission making a positive affirmation that there is zero tolerance for fraud. So with that, I'm here for any questions that you may have, and I recommend you adopt both policies.
Wonderful. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We have one speaker on this item, that is Stanley Sims. So we don't have anyone here in person unless someone brings a card while Mr. Sims is speaking.
Mr. Sims, your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Sims, I'm speaking per Zoom, not by choice, but what I feel is an illegal injunction. And one of the main reasons I'm speaking on this agenda item, I brought this up at the independent ethics items, because it's very strange to me that we set certain rules, even when it comes to ethics, for our city employees. And when I define them, I'm talking about the ones that drive our city bus, cleans our city building, but our city manager and our mayor have different rules and use different protocols when individuals report what they believe are wrong or unethical actions. I can't go further into detail because these items are being currently investigated, which is a straight, flagrant violation of my civil rights. Not only of my civil rights, but of my 22-year-old son right to work and achieve. And so it just comes across hypocritical to me that the city manager could join hands in the IG's office and bringing forth such revelational policy if words will become deeds for him as well. City of Tallahassee government ethics is being deemed on, it's not what's right, it's who's right. Will the city manager allow accessibility to his office like he does developers? Will the city manager will continue to believe if he treat 10 black people right, who will move when he say move, talk when he say move, that gives him the right to treat 12,000 that will not line up when he say line up and will not shut up when he say shut up? We need whistleblower protection. This is not a joke. My family life is at stake here.
You're at 30
They
seconds.
didn't sign up for this. I'm a man. I chose this walk. And it's mighty low and unethical for someone to potentially target a man's son because he does not like his opinion. We need words to become deeds. Open Tallahassee up to everyone. Why is it when Irwin Jackson throws $1,000 at your dais, nothing happens? He's never been given a trespass warrant.
Mr. Sims, thank you so much. You are at 3 minutes. Appreciate your comments, sir. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other comments to come before us on this item?
No, sir.
Excellent. I got a couple of questions, Dennis, before I turn it to my colleagues.
Yes, sir.
First of all, good work between you and the city manager. Thank you for bringing this forward. Point of clarification, though, we do have a whistleblower ordinance on the books now.
Yes, sir, we do.
What is before us is policy that codifies that ordinance, correct?
Yes, sir. It codifies and reaffirms the city's commitment to providing whistleblower protections.
And the anti-fraud policy is the same, correct?
Yes, sir.
The first question that'll come to mind is, why aren't we putting this under the Ethics Board versus you?
Well, whistleblower protections are provided for certain offenses as laid out in Florida statute. Let's see, misfeasance, malfeasance, gross waste of public funds, gross neglect of duty, or gross mismanagement. And currently, those items fall under the purview of the Inspector General and are not under the authority of the Ethics Board. So it would be appropriate for those type of complaints to be made with the Inspector General to make a determination as to whether the complaint rises to the level of those standards and whistleblower protections will be provided. Not all complaints rise to whistleblower protection status, and sometimes in layman's terms in the community, there's a misinterpretation or a misunderstanding of what exactly Florida statute allows or does not allow for whistleblower protections.
Got it. When it comes to whistleblower protection, the jurisdiction of the Ethics Board is what? Roughly 100 individuals in the city organization?
I roughly define it as those involved in procurement activities and city leadership.
Out of a workforce of 3,500?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Whereas whistleblower protection under your office encompasses everybody.
Encompasses everybody and some vendors as well.
Okay, excellent. I'll turn it for direction and for comment by my colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, I would proudly make the motion to adopt options 1 and 2 as recommended by the Inspector General, and just indicate that although we have one of the strongest ethics policies in the state of Florida as a municipality, this certainly strengthens our commitment to ethics and an ethical culture within the city of Tallahassee. And so I'm proud that we are one of the leaders, if not the leader, in that respect in the state of Florida.
I will second that motion myself. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox for comment?
I was going to second the motion.
Great. Anyone else for comment? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Inspector General, for bringing these policies before us. Just wanted to say good work, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, seeing no further comment, there's a motion on the table by the Mayor Pro Tem, and you are absolutely correct. Wow, we're proud of the work that we have done. We continuously have work to do. Appreciate staff continuously bringing these items before us, and we are setting the standard in the state. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on, thank you very much, Mr. Sutton. We're on item number 13.06. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks your approval to execute a renewal agreement for our 800 megahertz radio network that provides radio communications for the city and the county, which includes the Sheriff's Department, EMS, and the like. The agreement was recently renewed to buy new radios, new technology at your direction from your July workshop. This maintenance agreement will provide maintenance and support for those radios that exist today, the current ones that exist today, and those that they'll be replaced with. We have our radio shop that's with us, Chris Pandolfini. I probably didn't get your last name right, Chris, but I wanted to recognize you because we have tasked them with holding together the radios for many, many years with some duct tape and baling wire, and they've done a great job. I say that a little bit in jest, but not a lot. I mean, they've done a good job extending the life of what we have. The maintenance agreement is an essential piece of that, and this would keep that moving forward. So we're seeking your approval of that tonight. Chris and Tim, our director of T&I, are both with us to answer questions.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues, looking for direction.
Move acceptance of staff recommendation.
All right, Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox has moved acceptance of option number 1, the recommended action.
Second.
There is a second to the motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, Curtis Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 13.07, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. And item 1307 and 1308 have a relationship. We'll take them one by one with your indulgence, both involving the airport and the International Passenger Processing Facility. This item has a direct tie to that next item. In your approval of the resolution is required to reprogram existing funds. As you know, grant funds are essential to the funding of our airport, both at the state level and federal level. These would be DOT grant funds that would be reprogrammed. It's necessary to approve this resolution 21-R-38 to do so, to allow us to continue the movement in the gathering of funds for the International Passenger Processing Facility, which we also know as the Customs Facility, part of our international designation. David Pollard has been instrumental working with the DOT and many others to aggregate funding where possible, and he's here to answer questions on this item.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
Mayor, we have one speaker on 1308. As the manager said, 1307 and 8 have connection. No speakers on 1307, but one speaker on 1308.
Excellent. Let me remind everybody, tonight we had the opportunity to honor Allison Ferris as the #1 public communicator in the state of Florida. We have the #1 public utilities in the nation. Our airport in the past couple of years has been recognized as the #1 public airport in the state of Florida. David's been recognized as the #1 airport executive director of a public facility in the Southeast, I believe, David?
Southeast region, yes, sir.
I mean, we are very blessed to have such talented individuals working for us. Thank you, David. You want to provide a couple, I mean, we're ready to move on, but if you want to provide a couple of comments?
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. Certainly what we're doing with this agenda item that we're on now is, as the city manager stated, is pulling together funding. What's very important to me and what's always been looked at out at the airport is how can we best leverage our local dollars. And so what this is doing is leveraging several projects. FDOT has asked us to consolidate our capital program a little bit to the extent that we're able to focus on key priority projects. And what we've done is tied this to our strategic goal to build a customs facility by 2024. So what we're doing is taking existing state dollars, leveraging those. We've worked with the state, got their permission to use the match. We got to match the grants. And so we're able to leverage that. And with the CARES dollars, we can match the state dollars. So just a great leveraging of a funding plan for us.
This is truly a game changer for our community. Great work. He's available for any questions, directions, colleagues?
Move staff recommendation option number 1. Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem has moved staff recommendation for option number 1. Is there a second by Commissioner Williams-Cox? Is there any comment on this item? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. David, you want to just stay put there? We're on item number 13.08. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, sir. And again, this item's related. We issued an IFB invitation for bid for the construction of the International Passenger Processing Facility. And I think it's safe to say we were pleased with the results, not knowing there's a lot of market uncertainty in terms of construction. We did get what we thought were good responses, and this item seeks your authorization to negotiate with White Cell Green Incorporated. Let me ask David to describe it a little more because, you know, I've touched on the idea that we put it out to the market. We weren't sure what we were going to get. We weren't sure what the budget would be, and the dollars are difficult to come by. And so I think right now it fits, which was a good answer. And David, if you can just add a little more to that.
Thank you, Manager. And so what we've done, as he indicated, is put this out for bids. We were able to secure FAA dollars for the design of this facility. And so as we moved forward with design and selecting a team that's, as I say, have been there and done that, very pleased with the team that we had assembled through Corgan. Corgan was our primary contractor with a lot of local participation, Fitzgerald Collaborative, H2 Engineering, and others. that piece this together for us and all. But if you'll direct your attention to the screen, you'll see what we've come up with is a international facility that meets U.S. Customs and Border Protection's airport technical design standards. That's a required document that we have to meet and achieve their goals to ensure it's a federal facility. The two end gates at the end of B concourse would become what we call swing gates. The ability to handle both domestic arrivals, where they would arrive and just like normal process through our facility. But if it's an international arrival, they would then through the security protocols, work with U.S. Customs and Border Protection and our local law enforcement. And through the technology, we're able to swing the gates. There you'll see I just had it reflected as World Airways, the larger aircraft at the end there. And I might also mention while I'm on this slide, we've also designed this to meet the general aviation and business aviation demand that we would expect for the use of this facility. These are just several slides that give you a feel for the facility itself. It's in addition to our terminal facility, a lot of unused space as aircraft, our aircraft mix here locally. We don't have the small, some of you may know the old Beech 1900s that Silver Airways used to fly, the smaller aircraft that could fit back in these areas, and we don't really have those anymore. So from that standpoint, we're making great use of existing space, minimizing the environmental impact that comes along with it. And from that standpoint, you get the visuals outside. Once you come in to that gate, you would, if it's an international arrival, you would transition through a corridor to the international baggage claim facility. They call it bags first. You have to collect your bags first. So you would collect your bags, and then you would enter the queue to be interviewed by the U.S. Customs agent there. From that standpoint, once you clear the podium there, talking to the customs agent, you would hit the exit lane. As you exit out, and you're now making your way towards our center concourse as you know it today. This is a space right directly adjacent to our existing public waiting area in the center concourse. And so you would come out, you would have meters and greeters in this area to greet you for your international arrival. They're out of the way of the existing operations that are happening with our commercial carriers as we know it today. And so it keeps it all separate, but it allows them to use our parking facilities, our existing parking facilities. It allows them to catch ground transportation, the local meters and greeters that would come with it. But what it also does is it allows people to come back in. If I show this next slide, this would be just off center concourse, just right near the stairwell as you know it today. Would allow the public, once we get this facility built, and then make formal application for our formal foreign trade zone that we'll be working on. To do business with the foreign trade zone, our U.S. Customs area port director has been very adamant that please make sure you allow public access. And so the ability for the public from the 9 counties to be able to come into our airport, use our parking facilities, and park, come into the terminal, and then they would come in this way to a window to be able to interact with Customs and Border Protection to do their business for the future foreign trade zone or any other business they may need to do with Customs and Border Protection. The total summary of the project you'll see is $28,249,105. And what I've done in this slide here is assembled the FDOT grant dollars at the top, the repurposed grants that you just voted on the previous item, doing an addendum to our existing CARES development grant that provides specific language that we can do this. And so from that standpoint, again, the great leveraging of those dollars, both federal and state dollars, through the sales tax initiative and the sales tax process. I know Commissioner Richardson was certainly a part of that. I was a part of that and actually wrote our piece of that. And from that standpoint, a lot of what I heard back then was leveraging. And so to get the best leveraging of the dollars. And so from that standpoint, between our existing sales tax, we've already been through the interlocal agency with that. We had $14.1 million allocated, and from there, we sought permission to get an annual installment of $705,000 from them so that we could leverage those dollars to the best of our ability. Total proposed funding is $28,249,105. And for every dollar spent on this project, we're going to get back over the course of the next 10 years. Please keep in mind, this is a long-term strategy. That it takes a while for international facilities and foreign trade zones to mature. And so right now, based on the information from our consultants, that's going to take about 7 to 10 years. And so from that standpoint, we'll be certainly working to leverage those dollars to the best that we can. We know we've got additional packages in Washington being discussed right now. We hope to certainly continue those discussions and get as much as we can get for our ongoing capital programs. But from the standpoint of this, and that's why I put that little asterisk on there. If you're wondering, why the side note, it's because I would like the flexibility to continue to get greater leveraging of our local dollars to the greatest extent possible. But with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Certainly appreciate it. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
My question, Dave, thank you, great job. But my question is for Darrell Jones. If you would, I'm looking at the bid tabulation, and I'm seeing that neither vendor satisfied the MWBE or the DBE goal, but they satisfied the good faith. Can you talk to us about what that entailed?
Yes, Commissioner. The DBE goal for this project was set at 15.39, and as you know, whenever there are any federal dollars involved, that means our local program, our local certified MBEs and WBEs are not used to meet that goal. Only those federally qualified DBEs, which also does not have the local requirements in terms of the firms that are chosen. What we saw with both vendors is that the firms that were certified DBEs that they sought were either unavailable. They also provided the appropriate documentation of the outreach and engagement that they did to identify firms. The firm that is being recommended to be awarded came in at about 3% with firms that they were able to identify. And so they are in compliance per our policy. Of course, and so that answers hope that answers your question.
It does, but go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead and finish what you were about to say. You had another thought.
No, actually, my thought was that was an internal thought, and I don't mind sharing.
You mean your other thoughts were external?
Well, I mean, I was thinking it to myself as I was standing at the dais.
Okay.
And what it does, it causes me to think about what I can do to increase the number of local firms that go through this federal process. It is a far more different and arduous process. You'll notice that when we saw the image on the screen for the engineering, Fitzgerald is a certified MBE, but also a certified DBE. So I didn't want to say out loud is that we can do more to help identify firms in our local market who will qualify for DBEs to be able to meet these types of responses. But regrettably, because of the heft that is required to certify as a DBE is greater than our program. Therein lies the reason why we don't have the same number of firms available for DBE participation programs.
Okay, thank you. I knew where you were going. I needed you to say that because I want to make sure that our minority chambers have challenged us to do some things. And so I'm challenging the minority chambers to help us get these people, find where they are, get them ready to be able to compete and be able to do some of this work.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was in your brain too, and you wasn't in there by yourself.
But I didn't mean to say it aloud, but that is something that our office will work on, particularly with a project of this size and other projects that we know are forthcoming, both blueprint projects that will have federal participation. We need to optimize DBE participation for our already existing firms, and that was something that we will work on as an office.
And I'm glad you said that piece about blueprint. We need to be, minority businesses need to be, and other businesses need to be getting in place and getting in position to be able to participate in all of this funding that's coming into this community.
Yes.
Thank you, Daryl. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
So one of the interesting things that came out of our nice little study on Robert's rules is that on small bodies, I am allowed to make motions. Isn't that correct?
Yes, you are.
Absolutely. So as the chair of the Airport Advisory Committee, it is my honor and privilege to move recommended action option number 1 on this incredible occasion of moving forward with the construction of our international facility. Is there a second to the motion?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
And motion's been made by the mayor, seconded by the mayor pro tem. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the motion on the table, and thank you for your work. I was asked a question, and I forwarded to about the CARES grant development addendum. Can you just speak to what that grant is for and how those funds are applied for?
Thank you, Commissioner. So the CARES grant itself, if I simplify it, it provided for operating expenses. And so as we tracked through COVID, you know, I obviously was using it very sparingly to the extent that I needed it. And it also contained a separate provision, not typical in the language. And from that standpoint, the language allows for the use of the CARES dollars for capital projects. With that said, we have to meet all the federal requirements, which we had the foresight within the bid documents. We assembled it in a way that it met all the federal requirements, and from that standpoint, worked with the FAA, and again, FDOT as well, and actually, they were the ones that recommended. They said, this is a great use for the CARES dollars. And so from that standpoint, it's got a long lead time. There's not a lot of airports using that provision of the CARES Act, but we worked with them. They gave us the verbal okay with it, and so we're moving down that path. And of course, we, as a part of this agenda item here, that's what we're requesting is your authorization to use that CARES development addendum process to help us achieve the funding plan for it.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right, motion on the table made by the mayor for staff recommendations, seconded by the mayor pro tem. No further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, David. Do we have any other business to come before us today? Mr. Manager.
No, sir.
Okay, we are going to go back to citizens on unagended items. Then we will have the sharing of ideas amongst commissioners. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers on the sharing of ideas?
Yes, sir. We do.
Excuse me, unagended item.
Yes, sir. The first is Terry Ryan.
How many speakers do we have, Mr. Clerk?
I have 10 in person and I have 3 virtual.
Okay. Mr. Ryan, thank you for waiting so long. I know it's been 3.5 hours. Good, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
I hate to tell you that I'm not sure I can provide that assistance. There we go.
There we go. Mr. Ryan, you're good.
It's been turned on and is showing up on our screen now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your name and address, please, sir.
Good afternoon. Terry Ryan, co-founder of the Tallahassee Sewage and Wakulla Basin Advocacy Group. And even though I would like to speak to commissioners and mayor and the city management about the new consent order policy, I'll contact you after the holiday season, and we can get through that and everything. And I wish everybody a happy holiday season right now. Anyway, what I'm here to talk about is the creation. I would like to have somebody make a motion, hopefully tonight, about creating a new sewage policy, sewage spill policy, okay? And the best way to describe what the sewage spills are is to provide some pictures here. And what we have here is information, pictures on the October 21st through October 22nd Hartsville Village spill, which spilled 466,000 gallons. It was the largest residential spill that we have ever had in the city of Tallahassee. This is in Hartsville Village, which is in North Tallahassee. And best way to describe it is actually what happened. It started at about 10 p.m. on October 21st, came around the corner that you see on the left side there, and went straight down the road there, heading south. As it went down the middle of the road, and the houses that you see on the right-hand side, it went up into their yards, front porches, garage, and finally back into their backyard area. It eventually went down to the next area. And coming down here, we're now looking up south. We're looking up north. It went to the right and eventually got into the city ditch, central city ditch here. And it continued on down southward. Let me interrupt this part here, and I would like to draw attention to the wonderful work that our underground utility department did, specifically Steve Schaefer, and who's the general manager, and also David Roberts, who's in charge of this particular issue here. And they did a wonderful job. As I understand it from the neighbors out there, we had approximately 40 to 60 vehicles out there, trucks and cars and everything that you can imagine. So they made a tremendous response to address citizen concerns and everything.
You're at about 20 seconds.
20 seconds? Good grief. Okay, last thing is the results of it. This is a graph here of E. coli. The city took different water samples, and it went all the way down to TCC, and unfortunately we didn't get any sampling down to Munson, Lake Munson at all, but that's the visual issue. The other issue is transparency. There was no transparency, okay? I did contact the Tallahassee Democrat, and they were good enough to write an article about it, but this is what we're talking about, transparency, letting up 200,000 citizens here know about something affecting their health, safety, and welfare. And this is urgently needed. It is.
Appreciate it.
And I think we can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
You're quite welcome.
I need you to wrap up. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next is Jack Price, and then Joseph Batavia will follow.
Thank you so much for sticking around and being with us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Jack Price. I live about 5 blocks from here at 536 Beverly Street. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, and City Manager. I'm here to ask tonight to end a danger to public safety that's been ongoing for 2 years, has not been resolved despite written assurances from Deputy Chief Maurice Holmes. And what I'm talking about is gatherings of hundreds of people at the shopping center on the corner of Magnolia and Appalachia Parkway, specifically outside Zingali's billiard parlor and the liquor store. And I'll just set the scene. What I saw on Thanksgiving night a year ago, about 2 in the morning, there were about at least 300 people and their cars in the parking lot playing loud music. There was a pickup truck carrying speakers in the back, in the bed, if you can believe that. And the scene was that it was kind of like a loop. And of course, people are out, their cars and so forth. So I see we have 3 problems here. One, you put that many people together with liquor and cars and all that comes with that, sooner or later there's going to be a problem. The next thing I saw from across the street, about 2 in the morning or 2:30 when it broke up, about 100 cars came out of that parking lot, drove across the grass median on Appalachia Parkway, turned left, and did down southbound on Appalachia Parkway, heading for the Capitol in speeds excess of 60 miles per hour. 100 cars And the third issue, one that's personally annoying to me, is that it wakes me up. We can hear the words with the windows closed a mile away. So I'm going to ask you to resolve this, which means to end it. Each and every time it comes up, needs to be stopped. And I would ask you to do that and make it happen. I'm sure our police department can do that. And if it requires changing the ordinances to allow that to be enforced, or whatever that requires, then I ask that you do that. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Joseph Batavia.
Octavia, good to see you, sir. Thank you for sticking around.
Next will be Sarah McCabe.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Joseph Batavia. I will not give my address, Mr. Mayor. I apologize.
Hard time hearing you, Joseph.
My name is Joseph Batavia. I will not give my address for a reason. Please excuse me. We just celebrated Veterans Day just recently, so happy Veterans Day to the City of Tallahassee and Leon County, to all the families in the United States of America. It's truly an honor. The reason I come here is because we lost one of our generals. General Colin Powell was one of my father's friend that served at the White House. The reason I'm coming to bring the general, we have a lot of veterans that have mental. A gentleman that was here talking about alcohol. Yes, alcohol is a truly a deadly disease that messes with people's coherent brainwave matter when it hits the bloodstream and then you hit the brain, especially when our veterans that are disabled are going through things. People could get hurt. I have occurred, as God is my witness, I sworn to protect this community, Florida, and 50 states under the ADA. We must. I'm not an activist. I'm not a lobbyist, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a citizen coming up to this town to talk to the capital issue I'm trying to deal with myself, and I let that go. I try to be part of this community. It's really hard to be part of this community if I don't know who's on my side. And if you are my brothers and sisters in the United States of America, I love this city. I love what's happening to a better perspective. Like Picasso, we're building a beautiful canvas as architects, engineers, safety, etc., etc. I hear you guys. I hear the citizens. I'm here to tell you guys Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to all the community. This will be my last year as holiday season of Christmas. It was truly an honor to allow me to be here, and it was really meant everything to me. And I will hopefully never forget this. I have pictures, but the problem is my memory's getting worse. But I want you guys to understand I have your six. And hopefully everybody else has each other's six. We are a family in the United States. We're not divided. We're United States of America. Yes, this is Florida, and we will be role models. You have been teachers, and you have been students. You taught me a lot of stuff. I learned so much, things that I haven't known until I got to this town. And thank you so much as City of Tallahassee and Leon County for allowing me to be part of the family, as community, government or no government. You guys helped me throughout everywhere. I don't remember everybody.
You have about 15 seconds.
Thank you, and God bless you all, and God bless America.
Thank you, Jim. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next is Sarah McCabe, followed by Donna Cotterell. Sarah McCabe. Not seeing Sarah McCabe. Donna Cotterell.
Thank you so much for sticking around 3.5 hours. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, and thank you all for your patience as well for these unagendaed items.
No worries. Your name and address, please.
My name is Donna Cotterell. I live in the Bond neighborhood. I noticed on the agenda that the approval for the bond for the $20 million blueprint money to FSU was removed. I'm hoping that that's good news. I have observed you all, I'm going to say, change gears when the public made it known that they weren't happy with certain decisions made by the city commissioners and the city mayor. When TPD was proposed to put the complex on the south side, there was a strong push to have it there. But I believe when town hall meetings and public meetings were held, there was an understanding that it was not something that the community wanted in that neighborhood. And in terms of the FSU, the Doak Stadium infrastructure, just recently, Second Harvest talked about the food insecurity in neighborhoods like Bond, Griffin, Frenchtown. For instance, the food insecurity rate is 66% in Bond, and in the FAMU area, and 60% in the Bond area. Griffin Heights has a 54% poverty rate, and Frenchtown 50.6%. We don't have very many grocery stores in those neighborhoods. And even with the TPD complex, it was going to take out the Save-A-Lot. So we have 2 grocery stores in the Bond neighborhood. And I'm glad that, the decision changed. It shifted. And I'm hoping that we will reconsider the things that we can do with those public dollars and those funds that come out of our taxes, because I truly believe that this city does care about its people. And I would love to see you all use those funds in a way that really shows not just Tallahassee, but all of Florida, that we really care about our citizens who are struggling, who are food insecure, who are looking for permanent jobs in their neighborhood, not just construction jobs that are temporary and people come from other states to fulfill those jobs. So please reconsider as a commission when you vote tomorrow to say no to Doak. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next is Damon Victor, followed by Ramona Abernathy Payne.
Sir, thank you so much for sticking it out tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, commissioners. And
name and address, please.
I'm Damon Victor. I live at 2212 Joyner Drive, and I'm here to speak to you today. I've crafted some carefully public comments before and written op-ed pieces, but today I'd just like to speak to you a little more informally as best I can from a podium and you at the dais. But, what I've seen recently, as this was an inciting incident for a lot of people in the community and myself. I'm now running for county commissioner in District 3, and this is such a huge issue because it has so much impact as it comes down the line. And so I'd like to talk to you about some of what I've learned, as well as opportunities that could be lost. As I'm campaigning, as I'm canvassing, this issue comes up. I don't bring it up, it comes up. And just the straight up $20 million is a problem for a lot of people. They find out we're putting it on the credit card, it becomes even more of a problem. Their gears start turning, they realize this is OEV money for the next 10 years. They sit back and they say, well, this doesn't seem right at all. So they're getting it and they are upset and they don't want this to happen. So just think about that. And, maybe it's an opportunity for you to change your mind after listening. That would be wonderful. There's a lot of people who have, like me, been excited about this, and good people, Donna Cottrell, Ruth Chase, even the NAACP. These are people who have they could be doing other good things in our community, but they've been forced to deal with this, forced to deal with decisions that they know will impact. Okay, so they've lost opportunities to help their communities here recently over the last 7 months. Okay, next we think about opportunities being dreams. The Office of OEV is supposed to, I'd say support innovation in different companies that are doing things. These are dreams that companies have. These are dreams that people have to work at these companies. And when you cut that off by giving the majority of the funding to football, which is, again, we know it's an economic driver, we all get that, but it's the same old, same old. It's not anything new, and it's not supporting the community as a whole in a broader way. So we're losing these opportunities, but think about it as, you're squashing dreams, and that's a terrible thing to do. When somebody is, say they're in junior high school right now, and they're going to be in college in 10 years, right, if I did my math right. But the point is that if they knew there was somewhere that they could have a place that their product or their business would be supported by the community, they would be more spurred on to stay here and think and learn and join.
You have about 20 seconds.
Together. Thank you very much. So also give the opportunity for the OEV to have its toolbox to do its job. Okay, it's going to need that money over the next 10 years. We have COVID, we have Omicron, we have Delta. We need to be able to manufacture here. We have supply issues all over the country. And we need to be able to react to that in real time. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Ramona Abernathy Payne, followed by Margaret Moore.
Thank you so much for sticking with us tonight. We appreciate it. Your name and address for the record, please.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. Ramona Abernathy Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive, Tallahassee.
Ramona, we're having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I address you tonight as some of the members of the Blueprint IA Board. Many thanks to Commissioners Matlow and Porter for the courage to vote on September 27th to deny $20 million of our sales tax money to FSU for repairs to Doak Campbell Stadium. Thanks also to Commissioners Welch and Dozier on the County Commission for their courage in voting against the measure. To the remaining commissioners, I ask you to consider the community backlash to your decision. You have the option at the Blueprint meeting tomorrow to correct your action and to heal our community by rescinding the award. While FSU may be a driver of our community, the project to repair Doak adds nothing to the economic vitality of our community. It does not add a significant number of permanent jobs to our community. It does not ensure an influx of money into our community. It does take away all possible funding for more worthy projects for the next 15 to 18 years. You have options. Option 1, rescind the award of $20 million for repairs to Doak Campbell Stadium. Option 2, direct Blueprint staff to unbundle funding for Doak from the bond issue so that it can be addressed separately and deny that funding. Option 3, separate Doak funding from the bond issue and delay any action on it until after the strategic plan report comes back from Vision First, the consulting company you hired to advise you on appropriate ways to allocate Blueprint and OEV funds. Choose option 1, rescind the $20 million to Doak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Margaret Moore, and then Mike Goldstein.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Margaret Moore, 1910 Monticello Drive. I just wanted to take this 30 seconds and stand with the folks who have come out and spoken ahead of me. I wanted to second the comments of Ms. Donna Cotterell and Mr. Damon Victor and the other comments that will follow. I'd like to ask that when you come back here tomorrow, you will consider other opportunities that perhaps our Blueprint dollars can serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mike Goldstein, and then Peggy Rigsby.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mike Goldstein, 217 West 2nd Avenue. It's been a long day, but we're still here, so thanks for hanging out with us, too. John, did you write the op-ed today at Coburn Pen? Because it seemed like it was ghostwritten by you a little bit, because it sounded like his same words were what you said 2 months ago. Is there no writing on that one?
I did not write it.
Okay, because it sounded familiar from what you said at the meeting a couple months ago, but just want clarity on that one. Your email last month with the campaign, I must have been on that list by mistake, but I'm just clarification on that. I tried to call and couldn't get an answer for the words in your email for that, because your opponent is not here right now, the one that you said opponent. So I'm just trying to get clarification on those wordings, because Whitfield is not here in the room, and there's no more opponents on the Leon votes against you. So it wants to clear down those two things first. And yeah, the elephant in the room for tomorrow that we're all trying to figure out, because I've met with a few of you guys, I'm trying to figure out the logic behind the scenes here. But that money is more beneficial not at the stadium, because they can raise their own money for that. And they should, because that's on our verbiage for what the boosters are supposed to do, is raise money for renovations and fixing the stadium that's been broken for that long. But there's more sports than football, because soccer just came back from winning, which I think the city promoted that very heavily too last night when they got back into town. And there's more than this town than football, which is crazy to say out loud, because that's what we all thrive for 3 months of the year. But what do we do for the other 9 months that we don't have football for? And then there's session in March and January every now and then. But how do we get out of that bubble to try and understand if that money goes through tomorrow? A few folks are up for re-election, right? Diane, your opponent just declared because of your vote from last time. So that's something to consider as well. I don't know. There's a lot of things in play beyond just what we see. These student athletes don't get a damn thing more than they get from that money going to the stadium tomorrow either. So I don't know. I'm conflicted as well, because trust me, we love football, but we also love the economy and what helps small businesses thrive. Because for 7 days of the year, if that, my business does work out nicely, but then there's the rest of the year we're trying to figure out what the heck to do for those long-term growth things. That a stadium upgrade from both schools is not helping the long-term growth of the community as a whole. So I'm trying to figure it out like you guys are, but once that is done tomorrow, that's on you all, not on us. Because we're speaking tonight and tomorrow, and we've been vocalizing for at least 3 months now since we first heard about this mess, but that's on y'all coming forward tomorrow. So just, I know, I see the light, but after tomorrow, we've done our part. So once that vote is done, that's on you guys, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Peggy Rigsby, and then we will go to our WebEx speakers.
Thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address, please.
Peggy Rigsby, 2250 Nana's Loop. I am the president of Hartsfield Village Homeowners Association, and we're a tiny neighborhood, 114 homes. They're modest, single-family homes with working families and retirees. 40% of our homes in our neighborhood are rental, and that's significant. We're within the city limits, but we don't benefit from all of the city services. We pay city taxes, we pay for our water, our sewage, our electric. We call city animal control and city code enforcement and Tallahassee Police Department when we have problems. But we're a private neighborhood, and we must maintain and pave our own roads. We must clean our drainage ditches and pay for our streetlights. And to do this, we assess significant fees upon our homeowners, and that's been really hard during the past year or two. The sewage spill in Hartsfield Village on October 21st was horrifying. 466,000 gallons of raw sewage. City workers called it solids. Was pouring down the street into people's yards, into their driveway, under their garage, on their porch, and in their backyard. How many of you even know about this spill? That's almost 500,000 gallons. There wasn't much transparency to the public. One article in the newspaper. It took many city workers 15 hours to clear that spill. Well, the sewage sat in the hot, humid Florida sunlight. So on behalf of the 114 residents that live in Hartsfield Village, this is what we're asking. We need help with our drainage issues. The city has a street takeover program, and in 2005, we tried that option. At an estimated cost of $5,000 per homeowner, we were not able to reach the required number to be able to be considered. I want to try it again, but I'm not optimistic that we'll be able to do it. because of the mandates and the high costs.
You have about 15 seconds.
But with the street takeover program, there are no exceptions, such as curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. So what I'm asking is to consider allowing an array of options for street takeover programs so that the residents and the city can work together and develop a plan that works for that neighborhood. Not every neighborhood is exactly the same. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mayor, we go to Melanie Andrade Williams.
Ms. Williams, are you with us?
Good evening. Yes, sir, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Melanie Andrade Williams, and my address is 1835 Portland Avenue, Apartment 2. When it comes to economic development, the most conventional route is to give money to the large corporations and institutions, the establishments that have a track record of focusing on their bottom line, their profit. We understand this, and yet here we are, watching our elected leadership toil over whether or not they should support draining the economic development budget to give FSU in excess of $20 million in taxpayer dollars. Wanting to dare to dream differently for our people in the city of Tallahassee and Leon County, our very presence in this forum indicates that we do acknowledge the world as it is, but our speaking up shows that we have the courage to speak of the world as it should be. It is no secret that this city is one of the nation's most economically segregated. If that is so, we should expect that conventional methods will only bring forth conventional results, meaning little to no change. I understand you have a crucial vote in front of you soon, and as your constituent and an active member of this community, I urge you to vote no on this absurd proposition. And I urge you to instead consider conducting a study on creative entrepreneurship processes in other cities, co-governance and collaborative efforts that we could adopt in Tallahassee to create a true economic development arm that includes the most marginalized people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next is Stanley Sims.
Mr. Sims, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Stanley Sims. I am still speaking through Zoom, not by choice, but what I believe is an illegal injunction. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. I want to speak in reference to the $20 million in Doe Campbell Stadium. I remember that night well on September 22nd because the opportunity before the IA board were three funding opportunities: $20 million to go to FSU, 3.6 or 7 million to give a better living facilities for cats and dogs, and 1.2 million for a sustainable network for small businesses in the Black community. Just last week, developers from Washington Square came forth to the CRA, Commissioner Curtis Richardson, asking for consideration of $3 million. Reason why I point you out, Commissioner Richardson, is because when you champion giving FSU this $20 million, you say, don't worry about breaking the bank. We got a lot of things we can barter with. We got utilities. We've got land. We can barter. Well, those brothers, lack of terminology, didn't want any land. They didn't want any free utilities. They wanted money, dinero. My second issue of concern. Why is it? Well, let me back up. I remember you, Commissioner Diane Cox, when they voted down my initiative to help Black businesses, not just myself, but my Black social net entrepreneurship, a new innovative program to bring to the Frenchtown. When they voted that down, a way of comfort to our Black businesses, you said that there should be a report given as follow-up of how you reach out to each one of them. Now, I know I have not been contacted, but based on what I've done on my own, those sources are telling us to seek out low interest rate loans. Now, I'm gonna speak for Stanley. My credit is bad.
You about 30
Because
seconds.
inconsistency in funding, my credit is bad. So let's flip the switch. Why not recommend that FSU get a low interest loan, because we know they have good credit, they have good assets, and then we flip grants to individuals who cannot get credit, who cannot get business loans. That's how we sustain our community. Then we can afford to pay to go to a football game.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you so
very
much,
much,
Mr. Cook, for your
Certainly
time.
do appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Stephen Martin, and he is the last speaker unless Sarah McCabe has returned to chambers.
Mr. Martin, thank you for sticking around this evening. We appreciate it. Your name and address for the record, please.
Stephen Martin, 2625 Stonegate Drive. I mean, no doubt that different people value Tallahassee for different reasons. And some value what's been here in the past and is here now far more than others who want to change a lot of what's here. Well, you can make change for the good or change not for the good. English Property PUD reflects visions for Tallahassee's future, and you've heard different parties express different wishes about that. I often hear that some know Tallahassee is the capital of Florida, the third largest state population, and that Tallahassee, therefore, should be a much larger city than it is, should be a major city within this country, is what the implication is. Oh, it's a capital, and it's the third largest state, so this should be a major, major city, which thankfully it isn't right now. Yeah, Florida's been promoting growth for the last century. And what's happened down in South Florida and Central Florida last century is coming up here now. Florida recently surpassed New York as the third most populated state, and that was celebrated. The elected officials, chambers of commerce, but some of us do not consider that to be worth celebrating. Added reason for concern. Do we really want Tallahassee to be like is suggested as the capital of the third most populated state? Well, let's compare Tallahassee and Florida to some other states and their capital city. Georgia. Well, Florida is about twice the population of Georgia. Do we want Tallahassee to be twice the size of Atlanta? Arizona. Florida is about 3 times the population of Arizona. Do we want Tallahassee to be 3 times the size of Phoenix, which would make it about 5 million people? I mean, is that really what we want this area to be? I don't think the people who are here now would be here if it were like that.
You're at 30 seconds.
The quality of life should matter far more than the quantity of life. So often our attempts to increase the number of us, the quantity of life, do anything but enhance or add to our quality of life. So I'll just end it on that and say those of you, and I've heard at least 2 of you specifically talk about Tallahassee as the capital of the third largest state and saying how you're embarrassed by it, that doesn't have more to it, how certain aspects of it are far from what you think it should be.
3 minutes.
You can go elsewhere and get that right now.
Mr. Martin, thank you so much for your comments. We certainly do appreciate you sticking around with us this evening. Mr. Clerk, any other comments?
No, sir. Sarah McCabe was a speaker who wasn't here earlier. I don't see her now, so that's all the speakers we have.
Wonderful. Let's move to the sharing ideas. If y'all don't mind, I'm going to jump in and go first. First of all, I appreciate everybody dealing with me. As you can tell, I'm a little under the weather, but we had a good meeting and we made it through. And thank you for your patience. To some of the comments that were made this evening, I also agree and have been frustrated with the pop-up parties that are taking place. And this is something that I've had a chance to speak with management, with the attorney, and with TPD as well. We need a short-term solution heading into the holidays. We need a long-term solution as well. And we are working on it, and we do hear you. They are a nuisance, and they have been a problem. My friend from Hartsfield Village, I would love to get with you. My chief of staff is in the back of the room, Thomas Whitley, so if we can have your contact information, it would be great to be able to even meet on site out in the neighborhood as well. And I appreciate you coming out. Terry, of course, if you want to get together over the holidays when we're all here, give me a holler. We can do that, okay? Couple more things. I think that Mr. Sheridan has reached out to all of us and had an incredible conversation regarding a large gift to the city and the community in regards to a performing arts center and a potential partnership at the Northwood Center with some land there. I am really interested and excited. Number one, it is time for us to start the process of what is the Northwood Center going to be? And what's that master plan? But more importantly, I don't want this particular issue, I don't want us to lose sight on this issue. I think we've got an amazing opportunity with the Sheridans. We got to cross the T's and dot the I's. There's a lot of details. While I don't know exactly how much land they need, I have an idea of where they want to go. My point is, I do think it's time for us to formally start having these conversations. And I know that he is interested, and the family is interested, and the community that he is working with is interested, Mr. Manager, us bringing back an agenda item at the January meeting, having reached out to them, making sure that we have the complete understanding of what they are proposing. How do we put this together? But kind of bringing back an agenda item, laying out, okay, this is what's being discussed for a performing arts center in Tallahassee. We are the only capital city in the United States that does not have one. We are looking at the Northwood Center, which, by the way, congratulations on a fine job of demolition. The team has done a great job. But not only are we going to have this conversation forefront, but it's time to start having the conversation how we're going to develop Northwood Center. I would put that out there as a motion to bring an agenda item back at the January meeting. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Any comment on the motion on the table? Does everybody understand?
Just a clarification. for me.
Yeah, that's where I was about to go with that. Exactly what would you expect to come back?
Well,
in light of where we are with the property in general.
To be honest with you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know if I can answer that. That's kind of why I want to give direction for staff, formally reach out to the Sheridans, truly get what they are proposing, put it in writing, be able to bring it back to us so we're all working off the same page. I don't even know if I completely understand all the moving parts, but I am very interested in the concept of the Performing Arts Center in Tallahassee. I don't know at this point the size we're talking about, the land that is needed, but I think it's worth having an agenda item come back. I don't even know if the agenda item would have recommended action, but it could, or it could be information. But I think I don't want this opportunity to pass us by. So I think that giving staff the direction, meet with the Sheridans, completely understand the proposal on the table. I know that they're interested in, I think, the city donating some land at the Northwood Center. They're going to make a cash donation, I think, to build a performing arts center. And then I think there's some other fundraising involved. And there's other questions of operating and everything. But it also plays into, again, the big picture of what is that parcel of land going to look like. And I just think that it's a prime time for us to kick off the new year and have this conversation. I hope that is as clear as mud.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, help me out.
Well,
Help me
you
out.
know, I have met with Mike. I've known Mike and Judy for years. I absolutely support the concept.
Sure.
And when they brought it to me, you know, I was ecstatic about it. But I'm just not sure right now is the time to make commitments when we don't know.
No commitments. No commitments.
But I think to bring in an agenda item back to deal with just that parcel or that concept, it's kind of making a commitment. And I guess what I would like us to have is a more general conversation about the site itself and what we're going to do in terms of housing and commercial development and a performing arts center.
Sure.
Rather than right now focusing laserly, if you will, if it's a word, on the Performing Arts Center. And there's no question that I support it. I mean, the fact that Mike and Judy are making the kind of commitment that they're making financially and are committed to raising even more and have some partners that are going to come to the table. But I think the initial conversation ought to be a more broader conversation and encompass, in addition, what the design professionals tell us would be appropriate for that site.
Let me switch it around, and I'm completely fine with that. Let that be the motion, but ask staff to bring back any information about what they are proposing to donate to the city as part of that bigger picture. That makes sense?
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
But I agree. No, we are in no position to make any commitments or anything. Keep it at a 30,000-foot level, but I think it's of interest. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you. I guess just for public awareness, I think we've all received a proposal contemplating a funded and operated performing arts center, looking for private-public partnership to build a facility such as that at Northwood Mall. I also met individually with them. I think it's a cool idea. I also agree with Commissioner Richardson, and I believe the mayor as well. Look at the entire site, see what our process is, how we're going to take the proposals, and let's start evaluating them so we can, hopefully get proposals in, get things happening at the same time as we start to build the police station and just get what we can done. So I believe that was the direction you're going in, and I support that.
Yeah, I think it's, first of all, Commissioner Porter, are you all right with that direction of the motion since you seconded?
Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind for your original motion.
Great. Commissioner Williams-Cox?
I also support what has been said. I think that we may not want to accept it, but there is a sense of urgency on his part.
I understand.
And I think we need to be fair to realize that he has a sense of urgency. He has committed, he and his family has committed a sizable amount. He hasn't come to the city to ask for anything that he's not willing to make a substantial payment to pay for it. What I understand they're asking for is a spot. They're asking for a spot to spend somewhere around $8 million to have a performing arts center. And his urgency is health related. And so I will support an agenda coming back in January to explore what can be done. It's not going to happen, in the next 3 months, but at least begin the conversation, because nothing's going to happen until you begin the conversation.
Well, Commissioner Richardson, I think you make a really good point. I think we're all kind of curious about what this process is going to entail with public input on Wood Center and how we're moving forward with all that. So, yeah, it's all kind of
started.
Yeah.
So are we all good with the motion on the table? And under... Where's my deputy city manager, Wayne Tedder? You in understanding of the motion on the table?
Here he is.
Excellent.
So here he comes.
I I appreciate that. You don't cough on me, I won't cough on you. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes 5-0. Thank you. As we all know, the FSU women's soccer team brought home the national championship. I was so disappointed that I could not join in the celebrations yesterday, being flat on my back. But I do want to thank David and the airport crew. We're doing a wonderful job of a formal welcome for the national champions. Obviously, it is appropriate to host the team and the coach in January to formally recognize and honor the team on their national championship. I'd like to make that motion. Is there a second that we honor extend the invitation? I tell you what, let's extend the invitation, and when it's appropriate at the soonest time to bring the team in with the coach, we will have that celebration. Second made by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Just two quick things. I don't know about y'all, but I thought Winterfest was fantastic.
Yes.
And I want to give a big thank you to Parks and Recreation, to the Police Department, the City Beautification, City Management, Communications. I mean, it was a great day and a great night, and it just highlights how wonderful our community is, and really appreciative of all the hard work of everyone to pull off a wonderful event. Thank you, Mr. Manager. And finally, I just want to wish everyone a happy and a safe holidays. This is our last meeting. Of course, we have CRA tomorrow morning. We have the Blueprint meeting tomorrow evening, but this is our last City Commission meeting for 2021. With that, I am done. Commissioner Porter, do you want to go, or do you want to let Commissioner Richardson go?
Sure, I'll go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to wish everyone a happy holidays, and even though there's a little bit of a ways to go and coming off the end of Hanukkah, we are closing out the year here. To the discussion about the Northwood Mall, I wanted to invite y'all to a town hall I'm hosting. It's going to be virtual on Zoom. I usually do my Thursday night things, for those who are aware, at 7 p.m. There was an op-ed about what to do with the TPD building, and it's right across from the Northwood Mall. So I think it's a timely discussion for us to be having if you want to join for that. And then my only question is to Mr. or City Manager, do we have a date yet for the ethics workshop? I mean, I presume it's not going to be this year, but for the beginning of next year, do we have a date for that yet?
Workshop. Yeah, we have not firmed up a date, but I've talked to the ethics officer. We've agreed to February. We're looking in February, so I feel very confident it'll be February to try to get everybody lined up. So I think as soon as we get some dates, we'll let you know, but February is what we've agreed to, and I think we can make that work.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my comments.
Great. Mr. Williams-Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say kudos to Mrs. Barnes, Dr. Myers.
Oh, of course.
Paige Lee, and everyone, the City of Tallahassee, the communications staff, facilities, Parks and Rec, everyone who made the Journey to Emancipation statewide conference, the first ever, a huge success. We had great participation. People came from across the state to join in this, and we had great information. And anyone who thinks that Mrs. Barnes is retired, you should have seen her. I was doing everything I could to keep up with her, but it was a great showing, and I'm hoping that we'll do this again next year. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to City Manager and the Mayor and Commissioners, all who provided support. I heard a rumor about our senior citizens, and so I asked Ashley to provide me with what are these seniors doing in the middle of the day. And what I found is that we have very active senior citizens who are in our senior fitness classes. Let me just share with you a little bit of what I learned. At the Lincoln Neighborhood Center on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9:30 to 10:30, they have an average class size of 110 to 115 virtual participants and 15 in-person participants doing their exercising and dancing. At Smith Williams on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. until 11, currently there are 25 in-person participants. They're sitting down doing they're dancing. Jake Gaither on Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 11. Currently there are 49 in-person participants. Jack McLean on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 to 11. They have on an average of 20 in-person participants. And Walker Ford Community Center Mature Adult Exercise class on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 to 11, they have 19 in-persons. And then the Senior Center offers certified fitness instructors teach almost 20 different classes, both in person and virtual, for all levels of mobility, from aerobics to seated classes to yoga. So if you were wondering why the senior citizens are not answering the phone when you call, they're busy. They are busy. And thank you to all of our centers who are making this available to these senior citizens. I plan on crashing on some of these from time to time, just to do a field trip, actually, to see what's going on in person. So thank you to our senior citizens and to all those who are participating. I want to, as a point of personal privilege, I want to congratulate my little sister who won her runoff election in Buda, Texas. So she is now the first elected Black female to have won a seat on the Buda, Texas council there. So she's now my little councilwoman sister. And so I'm very, very, very proud of her. And I wanted to give a shout out. I'm going out for the swearing in later this month. I'm going to do another chat with the commissioner at scheduled for Meridian Park on the 13th. And I moved the time up when I went to Jake Gaither because it gets dark early and people don't want to come out in the dark. So I'm going to work on the best time to do this at Meridian Park. And I want to say happy holidays to everyone. Thank you.
Commissioner Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Conveniently, my remarks open with happy holidays, everyone. I want to thank everyone at the City of Tallahassee for all of their effort in the Winter Festival. It's been a long time since the holidays felt normal, and it was just fantastic. My kids wanted to give their Float of the Choice Award to Star Metro. That was fantastic. Followed by the city utilities and the City Hall float. Also fantastic. Great work. Just the dedication and detail was great. I also wanted to thank just the Tallahassee community at large. You know, over the last couple of years, we've asked a lot of you to stay home, to get vaccinated, to wear masks, but due to all of our efforts combined, a lot of us are able to spend this holiday season with the elderly and loved ones. So I just wanted to thank everyone in the City of Tallahassee for getting us to where we are today, and hopefully we can keep up the progress with new variants emerging. I also agree, Commissioner Porter, my patience is wearing thin on scheduling the ethics workshop. You know, it was weeks ago, we were told that our offices would be reached out to find a date. I have not been contacted to schedule a date. Since that motion originally passed, we canceled an existing scheduled workshop. It can't take months to schedule a meeting, so I hope that we can do better in the future. On that same topic, while I am looking forward to deep diving into our ethics conversations and what we can do better, we have had recommendations from the Independent Ethics Board for months now. I'm ready to go ahead and just bring that back first so we can bring that to a public hearing and take an up or down vote. So I would make a motion for the ordinance recommendations for lobbying, misuse of public position, penalties, disclosure or use of non-public information suggested by the Independent Ethics Board be scheduled for public hearing in January.
Second that.
There's a motion on the table by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Open it up for conversation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, though I may support what has been recommended, I think it ought to be a part of our broader workshop and conversation with the Ethics Board. Commissioner Matlow, at our workshop, that's coming up in a couple of months. And so I think it should be a part of our broader conversation and workshop with them.
All right, any other comment? I tend to agree. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, Commissioner Matlow. I mean, probably support all of them. I think it's part of a bigger conversation. Any willingness to wait until we have the ethics officer with us at the workshop to talk it all through?
No, not for me. I'm eager to get this accomplished and take a vote on it. We've had it for going on a year now, a lot of these recommendations. We had a motion to bring back some of these recommendations. We had the ethics officer come to a city commission meeting, but we didn't get any of those items scheduled on that city commission meeting. And at this point, this is very, very, very slow progress. We can move mountains when we want to accomplish something, and it can't take this long to update our ordinance. So I would say I look forward to an in-depth conversation with the ethics officer, a detailed workshop, bringing everybody up to speed. But I think the recommendations that have already been made have been on our desks for a very long time. We've had the opportunity to read them and review them. Let's bring them to the public for an up or down vote.
All right, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I was going to say that in the conversation that I've had with the ethics officer, I didn't sense an urgency to do this prior to the overall meeting. And had I sensed that, I would be with you. My concern is that we rush out to do this and then we have the greater conversation, and there may be other things that we might need to consider, incorporate, mail, all of that, and I don't care when we do it. I really don't. I'm going to be as ethical as I can be, whether we got an ordinance or not. Having these on the books is not going to, you can't legislate ethics because we have laws that people break. And when they break them, there's a penalty for them. So the urgency to do it is not to prevent someone from doing something because they can do it anyway. I agree that I think we need to look at it in a whole instead of in a vacuum. Look at the whole thing instead of in a vacuum. But I'm with the whatever works for the majority. It doesn't matter to me. Whenever we decide to do it, it's fine.
Mr. Matlow has a motion on the table, seconded by Commissioner Porter. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
It fails 2-3 with Commissioner Williams-Cox, the Mayor Pro Tem, and the Mayor. And Commissioner Matlow, you have the
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I guess we'll see each other tomorrow, so I'll save my end of the year remarks for then. That's all I have.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
I, too, like everybody else, would like to wish everyone a happy holiday, a Merry Christmas. That's my faith. I celebrate the Christmas holidays, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Kwanzaa. I hope those that celebrate Kwanzaa, that's during this time of year as well. And just to piggyback on Commissioner Williams-Cox's comments about the seniors, they're an active bunch. I had an opportunity to attend the recent Christmas holiday dinner that they had, and it was fantastic. I didn't expect to see that many seniors in one place together. It was at the senior center. But they were there, and everybody really enjoyed themselves. The entertainment was fantastic. The food was great. And it was just so good to see people I hadn't seen in such a long time. And it was good to be there representing the commission and city staff. Sheila and her staff at the senior center did a phenomenal job with the event. Everybody seemed to enjoy it. And I had a great time and certainly will be back next year. And with that, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:37 and we stand adjourned. See you at 9:30.